Welcome back to the 2023 World Series of Poker. This is day 3 of the 25K No Limit Hold'em High Roller coming at you from the Horseshoe in Las Vegas. My name is Remco Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me. Let's have some fun with it. We are playing down to the final table here on our Horseshoe Table stream before kicking it over to PokerGO.com. 13 players remaining as of right now. Action is on João Vieira. We're going to jump straight into the action. And tonight, a winner will be crowned on PokerGO.com. This is a little bit of bonus coverage. We're going to go from 13 down to the final 8, and we're going to show all that action here on our YouTube, Facebook, linear channels. Wherever you can find us, we'll be live for you until we get down to that final table. And then you can join us on PokerGO for the conclusion of this event, which has a whopping $1.7 million up top. So it's going to be quite an epic day of poker. And if you want to watch all of it, I'm pretty sure you can cancel the plans for the rest of the day because this is going to be a long one, Donnie.
It will probably be a long one. Still got to get to the final table. Probably be some sort of bubble play slowdown as we approach the final table. And then, of course, all the pay jumps for there all the way up to the 1.7 million.
Looks like Brian Rast is all in right away. Going to see a flop here. Rast called the race to 200K from Vieira. Top pair with Jack 9.
Both these players pretty deep. 100K big blind. Pretty easy to do the math. Rast on 39 big blinds, Vieira on 40 to start this hand.
Rast taking his time here. We saw this yesterday. These high rollers are not as quick as the stud players, but they also have a lot more to think about than just check, bet, call, or raise.
Rast comes with 225K after he was checked to
10 seconds.
Vieira lets it go, and first blood is drawn by Brian Rast, poker legend, future Poker Hall of Famer, Donnie.
I would say he has to get in.
This year?
I mean, it just depends who he's up against, all that sort of stuff. I mean, he's certainly a candidate. I mean, depends who he's up against.
Absolutely.
I know he wants it, too.
Playing for the legacy, he said in many interviews, the money doesn't matter as much to him anymore. Nice position to be in.
Consigliere repping the no gamble, no future hoodie.
Love to see
you
it.
guys can pick up one of those at shop.pokergo.com.
I was just going to say, did Jeff Platt adopt him to the team? Definitely wouldn't mind getting the points. By the way, shout out to everyone in the chat, especially our YouTube community members. We have tons of them now, even though we launched that just a few days ago. It's really been cool to see everyone come together here for these World Series of Poker streams. We all got the same passion for the game, and we're going to be with you guys every single day with some form of streaming of this event.
That's correct. 1-1.
Immediately some speculation on the Poker Hall of Fame in the chat. Hollywood Card Collector says Mattisau needs to get in this year. Give us some more names. Who do you think belongs in the Hall of Fame that is not yet in there? I've seen Maria Ho, first year of eligibility. I believe the same goes for Jeremy Osmus. Meanwhile, Ryan O'Donnell bringing the Liam Gallagher look to day 3 of the 25K High Roller.
Raise 200K. Fold. Fold.
O'Donnell raises it up to 200K. By the way, if you enjoy the content, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. Let's see if we can add 500 subs today to our YouTube channel. That'd be really cool to see. And as I mentioned, 13 players left. We're streaming on YouTube until we get down to the final 8. And that could be a while because there's tons of money on the line. Shortest stack, 15 bigs, as Vieira attacks that very short stack, moves all in from the big blind here to the under the gun raise. Great timing there to pick up pocket queens. JD Scott says, I haven't seen the Grand either. That was one of our talking points last night. I have it bookmarked. I will make sure to watch that movie shortly. Everyone who's with us in the chat, please let us know where you're watching from. Let us know how your day's been. How's the action at the poker table been? The remaining 13 players now guaranteed $79,335. Next pay jump, final 11, who will get $96,000. Former professional hockey player from the Czech Republic, Hrabek, raising it up with Jack 3 of hearts. Vieira once again picking up the goods.
Seconds.
MRT says, just finished day 2 and day 3 is on. Nice.
That's right.
Yeah, Donnie, did you sleep here?
I should have. It probably would have been better than driving to and from.
I almost fell asleep driving home last night. Vieira with the 3-bet to 725. O'Donnell with a decision here in the big blind, but obviously this should be enough information for him to let go, sitting on just 11 big blinds. Donnie, even if you give Vieira credit for a wider range, ace-10 suited, still not the hand you want to play with, right?
No, it's just a tricky spot. You're going to be dominated a lot. Hands like queens and jacks, even kings, still very much in there for Vieira.
Lots of bigger stacks here at this table. There's 2 tables still in play. We'll keep you guys updated on the other table as we receive information. Frank Finaro is the distributor at the other table. Alex Ponikov's also over there, along with Isaac Haxton, Taylor Von Kriegenberg, Darren Elias, and Lewis Spencer. So however this breaks, we're going to have a stacked final table no matter what.
Raise 200K. Fold.
No tap, no play says, my day was mediocre. How was yours? What are your plans tonight? Well, it's very simple. Tonight I'm going to multi-table, and I'm going to watch the Vegas Golden Knights beat up on the Florida Panthers once again, while I also watch the final table of this event on PokerGO. I think, Donnie, you're probably going to do the same thing.
Yeah, hopefully the Knights can get it done. Always good to have some poker on the side as well. I think I'll have poker as the main screen, Knights on the side.
From a narrative perspective, Donnie, given the names that we have left, what are some of the scenarios that you hope for that we can see tonight?
Kristen Foxen, final table. Brian Rast, final table. I think those are top of mind. Foxen going for her 4th WSOP gold bracelets. Sorry. Rast going for his 6th.
So crazy. Speaking of multiple bracelet winners, Donnie, last night, Brian Yoon got it done again. Is he on his way to the Poker Hall of Fame?
I mean, he's in that category of, there's a lot of players that are, if they're not where he is, they're kind of trending in that direction. And just the backlog conversation comes up. Are they going to get there? Like, you know, Brian Hastings is a good example. Not to take away from Brian Yoon, but, you know, just for a second, Brian Hastings has 6 gold bracelets, you know. Is he also in the conversation for Poker Hall of Fame? You know, is he in a is he closer to it than, let's say, a Brian Rast, for example?
Right.
But does Brian Rast surpass him because of all the high-stakes cash game success and stuff like that? I mean, it's a tricky spot. But Brian Yoon, I think he's incredibly underrated. Maybe that's not the correct word. Maybe overlooked a little bit.
Forgotten?
I mean, he deserves a lot of recognition for what he does. 5 gold bracelets, 3 in No Limit Hold'em, 2 in 10K championship events, the stud that he won last night, and then he also won the 10K deuce to 7 triple draw before. And then his No Limit bracelets, he won the little one for 1 drop and the monster stud.
Yeah,
I mean, that's wild. One had like 4,500 entries, one had over 6,000. And then on top of it, if you're like, oh, you know, smaller buy-in, big fields, it's kind of a luck fest. Oh, he won a 5K No Limit, 550 entries. I mean, that's full of a bunch of killers.
If one thing, if you were to make a list of like the best closers in poker, I think Brian Rast goes on that list. But I also think Brian Yoon belongs on that list.
Yeah, it seems like every time he gets near a bracelet, he's an extreme threat to close it out.
Absolutely. Once again, my name is Remco Rink. Donnie Peters alongside me. We're here to bring you coverage of day 3 of this 25K No Limit Hold'em High Roller. As of right now, 13 players remaining. We're streaming down until they get to 8. And the final 8 will move on over to the main set. And that'll be streamed on PokerGO later today. So we'll bring you guys this sort of appetizer of the action, which could still last for plenty of hours because the stacks are relatively deep. There's lots of money on the line, big pay jumps, so this is not going to be an easy route for any of these players to reach the final 8. James Shaw says, was here at 3:30 a.m. this morning, back here at 9 p.m. Poker dedication. Much love, man. Appreciate it.
Should be a good flop here for Rast to continue.
Bet 150.
And he does.
Fold.
Gets the job done there. A little bit of a slower start today than we saw yesterday. Yesterday was, what, 2 or 3 all-ins in the first handful of hands. And, of course, not too long into the day, we saw the huge hand go down between Foxen and Elia Amadian. Full house over full house. That really shot Foxen up the leaderboard. She proceeded to dominate quite well from there until she got moved off the feature table, and then she battled with Grabek in a really big pot. She ended up losing her chip lead there, but still comes into today pretty healthy. 24, 25 big blinds in her stack.
We'll never forget that epic hand she played, being outflopped 2 pair versus a set, and then she hit that nut full house on the turn.
Raise 200K.
I always find it funny when we're deep in a tournament and the stack that Brian Rast has looks this small because he has so many big chips.
Yep.
For a high roller events, I don't mind it as much. These guys are. I always love to see absurdly large stacks. The mayhem that ensues when the big bets are sliding into the middle. There's just something about it that I really love.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Heads up.
Foxen makes the call here. She is dominated going to the flop.
Ace-King 5 rolls off. A battle of the gut shots, but Rast has the better hand.
Another flop here that Rast may want to fire a continuation bet. This type of board should favor his range quite a bit.
Check.
He opts to check behind. 9 of hearts on the turn. Foxen, the only player with a heart.
Check. 10 seconds. $360,000 is the bet. 360,000.
Donnie, if you're out of position like Foxen is in this situation, how do you approach this?
I could see her calling. She does have a fair amount of equity. I could also see folding. Looks like she's going to choose option B, but I think either one is pretty fine there. Probably comes down to what she thinks of her flush draw and how live it is. Also was thinking there was a chance we might get her to lead the turn. You know, try and control the bet sizing a little bit, get to a river, and hopefully realize some of that equity that she had.
Russell says, Rast always looks mad. Rast has this generic look on his face. I guess you could call it his poker face, but he has this sort of, I guess, relaxed demeanor, and his neutral face, I guess, looks a little bit more on the aggressive side.
200,000.
Consigliere here raising it up with ace-7 offsuit. VR in the big blind. 6 deuce. Goes into the muck. If you're with us here in the chat, let us know who you're rooting for. Love to hear from everyone. I'm just going to assume it's a large army of Kristen Foxen fans. Some Brian Rast supporters.
6-3, I'm in there.
Maybe some locals.
Oh, yeah. A game of subtleties, as I said.
Lots of support as well for NASA, Mr. João Vieira from Portugal. He's been crushing for so many years.
1.1-ish.
Another playable one here for Consigliere.
Clemson grad says Consigs.
Consigs
That's a good nickname.
gives up the 10-9 of diamonds.
Raise.
Interesting.
200,000. Small blind. Fold. Big blind.
Bill Torme asking, not switching tables. We will switch tables at the break if necessary, but it's also possible that we will get new players from others getting eliminated. Right now there's 13 players left. 6 on this table,
Players all in.
7 on the outer table. As O'Donnell moves all in with ace-2 suited from the big blind, it's only 10 big blinds, but Hrabeck only has king-3 offsuit.
Fold.
Yeah, gotta fold that one. Good spot for O'Donnell. Going back to the latter part of last night, we saw Hrabeck. He got quite involved a bit, you know, staying active throughout. So, and O'Donnell was at that table last night, so I think he's recognizing that, you know, ace-2 suited, good spot to shove.
Driesen from the Netherlands says, Remco, greetings. Watched every final table up until now. Thanks for providing the great content. Wish I was there to play myself. Yeah, buddy. You got to make it happen someday. Plan that Vegas trip. People in the chat, let us know what your first Vegas story was, and if you've never been, let us know when you're planning to come down. It's honestly quite insane. Even if your bankroll is not up to the standards to play high volume of World Series of Poker events, with the Gladiator and everything else going on that's lower buy-ins, you can have an amazing World Series of Poker experience for a far lower price point than we used to see, you know,
Raise.
let's say 10 to 15 years ago.
520.
I'll never forget the first ever 1K they organized at the World Series of Poker. That was like revolutionary back then. I believe it was 2009 or 10.
Wasn't that Steve Sung that won it?
Steve Sung won it.
7,700 entries or something like that?
Yep. Hrabeck here, 3 bets with the queens.
Foxen gave up the ace-queen off.
Yeah,
Very disciplined there.
very disciplined fold.
Looking is good.
But yeah, back then, Donnie, people were like scoffing at the idea of a 1K buy.
Yeah. No, I think the WSOP's done a very good job over recent years, most recent years, about catering to, you know, people with 1K buy-ins and less, like in their bankroll. Like that's what they want to do. You know, most notably, they installed the deep stack bracelet events. You know, they get $600 deep stack bracelet events, $500, you know, $800, all that sort of stuff. So
How much longer before we get a $100 event?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it'll ever happen. I don't think so. I feel like the lowest they'll go is this 300, but who knows?
It might actually be funny to have a $100 unlimited re-entry event.
Small blind.
You can say if you want that.
Billion.
You would have to do like a, I don't know if you could, but where you can buy like 20 entries at the beginning.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then you just like basically cash them in a way. I don't even know if that's possible. I don't know all the logistics behind it, but because it would just be a nightmare to like bust 100, go get in line, bust 100, go get, you know what I mean? Like
Just buy some rebuy chips. And then on day one, they play down to the final 9. Vieira raising it up with king 9 off. Rask called in the small blind. Consigliere in the big, contemplating. And he makes the call. We're going to see some three-way action here.
Three-handed actions here.
4 stacks of green, right? Over there. 4 stacks of green.
top pair for Vieira. Takes the lead in this one.
Andre Tamas says, I've been to Vegas just 2 nights during my West Coast road trip last September. First night I played Cash and Bellagio all night long. Second night, dancing. Unforgettable memories. I love it. That is great to hear. Great flop here for Vieira.
Yeah, but you can just, I can have my phone too. I mean, they didn't take it, so yes.
10 seconds.
Meanwhile, Negreanu bagged up a big stack in the $300 Gladiator last night.
He did.
How many more day ones do they have for that one?
3 more. Second one is today. Today's day 1B. I'm guessing after getting nearly 4,000 entries on day 1A, they'll probably top the guarantee today, which would be pretty wild. $3 million guarantee on that event.
6-3, I'm in there.
If they don't top $3 million guarantee today, they'll get very, very close and then crack it tomorrow.
So wait, Negreanu is going to take 2 days off?
No, I think where it sets up, where he actually bagged the first starting flight, he can basically chill for 3 days, probably hop in the 10K limit hold'em, something like that. It'd be pretty funny if he bagged as big of a stack as he did, and then if he were to make a run in another event, and then afterwards go back and continue to make his run on the Gladiators, it'd be kind of cool.
So he could basically be deep in multiple events at once, running into the multi-tabling problem. Hopefully by then, the events will be in the same room. Foxen lays it down. Action back on Vieira. Benjamin Ludlow in the chat, never heard of him. Says first time in Vegas, was working for Donnie Peters and this heavy-set Dutch guy named Remco. Not sure what happened to him though. Never heard of him. Haven't seen him in a long time. Shout out to Frankie.
I think I would classify the play early on here as conservative. I think you're at the stage of the tournament where you wrap up last night, 13 players left. You know you're 4 or 5 spots away from this final table, certainly a marquee final table, $25,000 high roller, something that's probably on every player's mind. Whether you're searching for your first gold bracelet or your 5th, like Brian Rast might be, this is one of those ones that you certainly want to perform well in.
10 seconds.
Vavek's going to defend here. He is our table chip leader. Has had plenty of success in high buy-in events. This is not a strange place for him to be in. For those that are wondering, 13 players left in this tournament as of right now. We're playing down to the final 8, and then we will send them over to the main stage as PokerGo.com picks up the action. There will be a winner crowned tonight, so you're in it for a long one if you're already with us right now. We very much appreciate it. One thing I want to remind you guys of, though, 200 likes, almost 5,000 people watching. We can do better than that.
What's the goal?
The goal for the stream, I'm going to set it again at 2,000.
Okay.
I just want to emphasize here, the more likes we get, the more new subscribers we get, the more people will find out about our broadcast. And if that happens, the more we can do these free streams. So it's a little bit of a support system we have going on here. Please make sure to play your part. We're trying to do as many of these free streams as we can. Proteus is asking in the PokerGo chat, he says, can you visit the PokerGo studio at Aria? Yes. Keep an eye on the schedule on pgt.com for events at the studio. And whenever we have a tournament going on, you are more than welcome to swing by the studio.
Exciting.
Nothing going on right now. Obviously, we're all here.
Once you've played poker for
Horseshoe
20
in
fucking
Paris
years
for the
for a
World
lot of money,
Series.
sometimes you need a little nerves to fucking get up, you know? Like,
Make you care.
We have the
Make
Poker
life
Masters
feel
coming up in
yeah,
September.
alive.
That's probably your
Bring it into
best
focus.
option right now.
Yep.
Poker
think
does
we'll,
good here inside.
I think we'll have another mixed game series and a PLO series at some point. Likely have super high rollerball in the mix. And of course, we have the PGT Championship event
not
at
always.
the end of the
sometimes.
season in
Yeah.
early
Yeah.
December.
Sometimes you can just show up on day one and play great, but you know, other times.
They're like
it
2
doesn't work
million,
out that way. But
Yeah.
thank you.
Before I
But it's much easier on a day where you have a little bit of nerves to show up and play well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Podcast
And I'll tell you what, if you don't have that in you,
Rich Ryan in the chat says, first time in Vegas, I played arcade games at MGM because they tried to Disneyfy Sin City and my parents are DJs.
Of like just
That's incredible.
like pressures my
Did
thing.
you win money in
It's
those
not- it's gonna be
arcade
tough.
games?
call.
That is incredible.
I'm not saying you can't make it playing
Hey,
poker,
so-
but just
Oh,
play
wow.
this type
Oh,
of thing.
whoa, what's happening
we
here?
go.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Probek raises enough
I mean,
to
there's
put
plenty of
Foxen
times
all
you
in
play a cash game
from the
that's
small
so
blind.
comfortable for you.
Foxen snaps it off
Where
with
you're never
ace-9
gonna
of
feel that
diamonds,
way,
but
you
all
know
of a
what I mean?
sudden,
And then
she's
you
at
have
risk
to deal
versus
with
2 live cards with 4 million in the middle. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an epic hand out of nowhere. 40 big blinds in the middle here. Here comes the flop. Oh, 7 in the window. 2 diamonds, though, for Foxen, but she is not happy with this. 14 outs twice for Kristen Foxen. Turn card, 3 of clubs. Foxen, 14 outs once now, or she'll be eliminated all of it out of nowhere. What's going on? I'm shocked by this development. Everything was so calm. River card. See you later, Kristen
Good
Foxen.
luck.
What a disappointing finish this must be, Donnie.
That is out of nowhere.
Wow.
I mean, she has to make that call. Can't fault her for calling off her chips there.
Which was it?
20 years.
Had the best of it going in, unfortunately. Those are the breaks in poker.
Yeah, 41, baby.
Yeah.
Don't quite look it.
Another deep run this year for
That's
Kristen
a
Foxen.
If I shave
She's already had a couple earlier in the series. We're only
2 million.
8 days in or
You were
so.
like, what? I was like, did I win that much? I did 30 bigs.
Wow. What a quick exit from Foxen after being so comfortable in the tournament all day yesterday.
Pretty damn close to even on that.
Can I take
I
this off,
wasn't
or do you want it on?
complaining.
And
I don't
Probek
know.
rakes it in up to 7.6 million.
No,
I
of
wasn't
course,
complaining.
of course. You're
Donnie, how do
goes
you
up a little bit.
go about your day
Thank you.
when you're Kristen Foxen and you get eliminated
I
in the
mean,
spotlight?
normally with the 2 overs, she's probably
I'm
at a
sure
light
it'll
favorite,
sting a
but
little
then the
bit,
9 brings you
but
some straights.
I believe
So,
Kristen
I bet that's
Foxen
pretty damn
is
close to even.
experienced enough that
Let's go.
you know
Yeah,
she
if I
can
was
probably
fair, but like
kick that sting to the side and
50%, I guess.
get back on the horse, as they say. Get right back in there.
Ace queen for O'Donnell, aka Noel Gallagher. Donnie, give us some insight into the strategy behind the hand like that. Why did Probek put Foxen all in for 20 bigs with 8-7 offsuit?
I mean, it just forces her to really break up with the big hand. May even be some times when she folds out better hands. Let's say she wakes up with, I don't know, King 10, something like that. Doesn't want to risk it, folds it. You know, A7 off is a hand where, I don't know, if you raise and she flats behind, you're going to be left in no man's land a lot on some flops. There's probably an argument that he could have just limped. 8-7 isn't the worst of it, and you can play post in that spot.
Update from the outer table. We've also lost Taylor von Kriegenberg here in the early goings.
Wow.
He also collects $80,000. It was a pure coin flip. Ace King versus Queens versus Ike Haxton. Haxton now up to 6.5 million. And so after the elimination of Kristen Foxen and Taylor von Kriegenberg, we're now down to the final 11 players.
Wow.
I have no idea.
Two big names gone.
Oh, really?
I don't see him.
Von
Oh, there.
Kriegenberg,
No, he's
former
there.
Yeah, I
WPT
Yeah, he's
winner. Won the seminal Hard Rock
it's me.
event back in 2011, I think.
Players in the chat pros, our dear friends. Would you call for your tournament life there with Ace 9 of diamonds?
Yes.
Snap-
I'm in the chat.
Snap it off.
Yeah, 100%.
Robeck
I'm just
forcing the
putting
button.
it
the
there
clock
too.
a little too.
It's gonna come in for a raise.
Because it's reflecting.
Hey,
some
so-
of these lights.
Guys, so
Or
the
towards
stream,
middles, whatever. Okay, that should do it.
what is it like? How long is the delay? Are you guys showing that both tables or?
No, we're just showing this.
Okay, and what's the delay?
So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
See you in a little while.
Hope so. And it's on PokerGo.
I have a
Hope so,
question.
yeah.
Is it, I have a
Or
question.
YouTube.
Is it possible to read the bar?
PokerGo stream.
Is it possible
Brian
to read
Rass
the
making
bar?
sure he sends his friends and family the right place to
Because
come
I
and watch.
struggle like with the suits.
Very much
It's
appreciate
like
it.
far. If it's possible to read the board or not.
Read the board, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like I know
can
king,
do that.
king spades, 8 hearts or whatever.
Yeah.
If it's not a problem, because I struggle with seeing the cards.
Brian.
Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah, he
tough.
said no problem. No
You need the stack sizes as well.
He'll
I
do
mean, if I sit close to here, I struggle as well, so it doesn't really matter.
but
Because I'm bad at reading.
he
so.
said he'll do it. He said he'll do it.
But that one is really tough. It's very far.
Robeck having some eyesight problems. This table, of course, also oversized to give us better viewing angles for the live stream. It's not your average poker table. If you happen to be at the Horseshoe this summer, come check it out. Our Horseshoe set is right across from the main PokerGo set. Lots of people saying horrible call, find a better spot. I'm not calling. Donnie, does that mean that our chat pros are enjoying being ran over by the table chip leader?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't call there with ace-9 suited, I think you're just going to get abused at the table. I mean, it's all good and well to want to conserve your chips and not have a lot of risk in tournaments, but at some point you have to take a stand. And if she views Harabek as somebody who's probably shoving correctly, like he's going to have a blend of different stuff, then I think she has to call there.
The final 11 players right now guaranteed $96,000. Our next pay jump is going to be at the final 9 when they receive $121,000.
Raise to 200.
She had about 20 big blinds, correct?
Yes, she had 20 big blinds.
Yeah. So I'm checking GTO Wizard.
.com/PokerGo.
That's right. You guys can check it out for yourself if you want. GTOwizard.com/PokerGo will get you 24 hours of free access, so you can check this exact spot. 8-7 off for Harabek is a blend. Sometimes you want to shove, sometimes you want to raise, sometimes you want to just call. It does favor calling, but you can do both pretty frequently, or all three pretty frequently. And ace-9 suited, certainly in the calling range.
What's
call all the way down to ace-5 suited and ace-7 off, and then pocket fives and high.
So you know, explain that last one again slowly. Like, which hands should you be folding?
King-9 suited, Queen-9 suited, probably can fold a King-Jack off, Queen-Jack off, stuff like that. I mean, that's right on the edge here, so you could make an argument for calling King-Jack off. I'm just speaking truly to what the chart says. You know, if you're sticking strictly to the chart, then
Maybe read the board for him.
you're probably going to fold a King-Jack off a lot. But that's also why
Thank you.
Harabek taking the aggressive line of shoving a hand like 8-7 off you can get some folds from better hands. You know, you can
Right.
get a fold from a queen jack off, a king jack off, a king 10 off, stuff like that. Even a queen 9 suited, king 9 suited, etc.
So, Donnie, if you were to reduce Foxen's stack size to, let's say, 15 big blinds, how does that change the equation here? Let's get into this a little bit because I think it's a really interesting situation.
Yeah, of course. Put down. I'll give her 12 big blinds.
All right, 12 big blinds.
And then we have Harabek shoving, so it widens up her range a little bit more. As for the suited aces, all of them, and then the offsuits go down to ace 4. Still pocket 5s and higher, but now you start getting in the king jack offs, queen jack off, king 10 off, king 9 off, king 9 suited, king 8 suited, stuff like that. The fewer chips that she has, you know, the less valuable her stack is, the more she's going to need to kind of ramp up that aggression or apply more risk to her stack to be able to try and get up the leaderboard a bit, make a run at the final table, and all that sort of stuff.
All right, there you have it. Check it out. GTOwizard.com/PokerGo if you want to dip your toe in the GTO waters. Oh, we have an Ivy emoji?
We do. Brand new.
Phil Ivy in the mix. I love it. If you're part of our YouTube community, you get special emojis. We just added Phil Ivy. I'm pretty happy about that. I've seen Phil Ivy around the hallways a little bit.
Yeah, he's been here. He played this event. Late reg on day 2. Didn't last too long. But
Ace Queen 5 here on the flop. O'Donnell raised to 200K. Harabek defended from the big blind. Harabek flopping a queen. Puts him way ahead. Seeing some of our regulars in the chat. Craig Peterson. Lonnie Stilson. Much love to you guys.
Ace of clubs, queen of spades, 5 of clubs. It's 160.
check back call. O'Donnell continuing for 160K here. Brabeck sticks around.
8 diamonds, check.
Card that O'Donnell might want to check back now. Also some merit to continuing to bet here on an ace-high board like this. There are some draws present on that flop, so if he wants to try and push those out, certainly can.
$440.
About half pot here is the bet from O'Donnell.
First prize in this event, $1.7 million, which will be awarded tonight on PokerGo.com. Ooh, a little stretch there from Brian Rast.
Yeah.
He's getting ready. Brought the camo pants today. I mean, O'Donnell is just like the style icon at this table. He could not look any more British if he tried.
Looks good.
I like the look a lot. I could not pull it off, but I like it a lot. I do miss the Celine hat.
Yeah, we lost Calvin Lee yesterday. You loved it. Pocket sevens here under the gun for O'Donnell.
O'Donnell, by the way, has been short ever since we saw him on the stream for the first time yesterday. He is just hanging around, picking his spots, keeping his or preserving his stack. Haven't seen him in too many big all-in confrontations, but somehow 17 bigs right now, totally comfortable. I heard that in the background. Day 2 of the Badoogie about to get underway.
516 entries in the Badoogie. First ever time they had a standalone Badoogie tournament here at the World Series of Poker. $1,500 buy-in. I'm pretty sure it beat everyone's expectations. I mean, I can't imagine people were picking over 500. Great, great turnout for sure.
Yeah, it makes me think that there should be a 10K of that.
I think if you come out of the gate and you have over 500 entries in the 1500, I certainly think it's doable to have a 10K. You know, you get, let's say you get 200 entries, 250 in the 1500. Well, then it's like, you know, how many are going to transition to the 10K, or how many are going to fire on the 10K? But I think with 516 in the 1500, you'll probably get right around what the other 10K championship events get, 100 to 175 in that range somewhere, which is a really good turnout for a 10K championship event.
And the Badugi beat out the dealer's choice.
Yeah.
Check.
I mean, what did the 10K stud get that Brian Yoon just won? 110, I think?
Check.
Maybe a few
Maybe more.
but, yeah.
134? Can't remember. I mean, that, like, it'll get right in that area, I think.
I think so too. I mean, Dan Shag played his first ever stud event, so why could not he not play his first ever Badugi event? Meanwhile, check on the flop here. Hrabets. I guess that's how we're supposed to say this. You saw someone in the chat trying to correct us. We'll try to.
You can do that.
We'll try to work with it.
You're European. I'm American. I'm just going to say it the dumb way.
O'Donnell's still in the lead here with a pair of sevens, but his check opponent is going to the lead here on the turn.
50.
7 on the rimmer would be a fun card.
Wow, O'Donnell with a quick fold here, Donnie. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I don't hate it, but I don't love it. It's, you know, it's like one of those spots where you're probably going to be putting a tricky spot on the river from Hrabek. He's certainly been willing to push the action and be aggressive, so I think given the nature of, there's 2 flush draws on board with that second heart coming in on the turn, probably call.
Marcelo was asking, is Foxen still in? No, we sadly just lost Kristen Foxen. She was in the 1 seat. Was a little bit unlucky, all in with ace-9 of diamonds versus 7-8 offsuit. Her opponent managed to hit a pair, and Foxen is on the rail. We're down to the final 11 players. Combining at 9 players, and then we're going to lose at least 1 more player to get down to the final 8 before we send them over to the main stage for PokerGo.com coverage. If you're enjoying this coverage, please smash that like button. Let's see if we can hit at least 1,000 here in the early goings of today's feed. It'd be very much appreciated.
Nice play here from Vieira, limping the small blind with ace-king off, looking to induce some action from O'Donnell, and he's going to get it.
I still find it interesting to think back of that hand where he folded 7s just now. Such a quick fold. From my perspective, you always want to, you know, see the river card there, because what is Hrabets representing?
I mean, I think checking back the flop leads you to then want to call the turn to get to a river. I mean, you're not exactly thrilled about your pocket 7s on a queen 8-6 board. That said, you want to try and get the showdown probably as cheaply as possible. You do have some value in your hand. We see Vieira limp jam there. Quick fold from O'Donnell. Only the jack-5 off. Not too good. O'Donnell back down to 12 big blinds now.
Players turn for day 2 in the 1500 Badugi. We're over here in the silver section. Go ahead and start taking your seats. Show that you your ID. We'll open those bags once 2 players are checked in.
Pocket deuces for Consigliere. Going the muck. 10s for Hrabek. He's aggressive and he is picking up some hands.
Raise to 200.
11 players left, or 10 players left? 11 players left.
11 players
11
left.
players
Yep.
left.
We're combining at 9 for the final table.
We lost Kristen Foxen and Taylor von Kriegenberg today. Kristen Foxen on this feature table. Taylor von Kriegenberg was on the outer table. Pocket 4s here for Brian Rast out of the big blind.
6 of spades, 3 of hearts, 8 of hearts.
8-6-3. Gives Hrabek an overpair, remaining with the best hand.
Check.
Danielle Kinsella asking if Frank Funaro is still in. Yes, outer table or second table.
Roberts bets 325 here. Tough one for Rast to get the showdown here. Small pocket pairs, always hard to play if you don't hit a set.
10 seconds.
We'll start warming up, right?
Coming along for one street. Not a believer just yet.
Half an hour.
Ace on the turn. Might slow
It
down
depends.
Probets a little bit as well. Rast, of course, happy just to get the showdown.
Yeah, and I mean, that's also a card that
Go.
probably favors Hrabek's range a bit.
Oh, go. It's one today. Thank you.
No matter what Hrabek does here, whether he checks behind, whether he bets, it's hard if you're Brian Rast to feel confident about your hand, because there are going to be times when he checks back an ace.
That's 600.
Exactly half pot here from Hrabek. Rast gives it up. Hrabek takes it down.
Now that we've lost Foxen, have you guys switched allegiances as far as who to root for at this final two tables? Of course, we have some more players at the outer table, including Darren Elias and Isaac Haxton. I'm sure have lots of support as well.
The stack size is about 11.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes.
Yeah.
8, 9, 10, 11.
Comfort
exactly.
zone. Comfort zone.
Yeah. Oh, you know.
Come on, bro.
You did a little research.
I'm playing these stakes and I don't know anything that I can find.
I'll tell you, no, the ICM.
Yeah, making sure that his opponent is comfortable with that 11 big blind stack.
Maybe with the ICM, maybe. Don't need to answer.
The chat is something else today. I mean,
It's a different vibe than last night. I feel like the late night crew was more laid back. I feel like you guys have too much energy in the chat right now. There's a lot of debate going on, a lot of name calling. People suggesting that we should have live or tournament results posted before you're allowed to say anything about poker strategy. If that was the case, we'd have no one to talk to.
this is why poker's so great. So,
It is.
You can have all these different kinds of opinions. Everyone comes into one melting pot, screams and yells at each other, but at the end of the day, we all love the game. 3-bet here from Consigliere, attacking Vieira's open.
Well timed, picks up on the fact that Vieira is trying to just steal the blinds and antes.
10 seconds.
That was fast.
Maybe it's because when we stream it late at night, all the Aussies are in the chat, and the Aussies are really chill. Nice bit of buzz in the room today at the World Series of Poker. If you're in Las Vegas, definitely come check it out. Lots of events running deep today. $1,500 six max is going to play down to a winner, I'm assuming. They came back with 2 tables today. Right now, there are 12 players left in that event.
You have ace 3?
Sarah
Did you find
Herzali
ace
from
three?
France is still the chip leader.
Remember that?
John Manette still in the mix. Kurt Kohlberg in the early goings lost Alexander Moss. Upeshka de Silva and David Wells. Final 2 tables of that event going on right now. Then the $1,500 Omaha 8er better, the biggest field ever in that event, 1,143 players. They are down to the final 28. I'm sure they'll try to play down as far as possible today. It's going to be a long one for those players. Kyle Cartwright, current chip leader. I see Jim Colopy in the mix there as well. Giuseppe Pantaleo, long time no see for him. James Ops still in the mix along with Miami John Cernudo. Another flight of the Gladiator kicked off today. Last night, most notable, Daniel Negreanu and Ryan DePaulo bagged large stacks on day 1A. Absolutely massive field with 4,000 players on day 1A. Only 129 remain at the end of the day. Negreanu bagged the 4th biggest stack, but that's only 45 big blinds. Gives you a little bit of an idea of the structure in that tournament, which is understandable because, of course, they have to knock out tons of players to get down to a final table. Then today also, day 2 of the 2.5K No Limit Hold'em Freeze Out. That event started with 1,139 players. Once again, massive. 77 players entered day 2. And we're seeing a flurry of eliminations here early on day 2. And that event will stream tomorrow on PokerGo.com as well. And then we're almost caught up. Just looking at the Badoogie here. They're also on day 2, as we mentioned just a little while ago. As we, by the way, are interrupted here by Pocket Kings for Brian Rast, the 2-time 50K PPC winner. Gets a big hand sometimes, and here it is. Let's see if he gets anyone else to contend with.
Oh, here we go.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen,
buckle up.
Wake up from your naps. Sit up straight, because we might be in for a clash here. Rabets finds ace-king offsuit in the small blind. 35 big blinds for Rast to start this hand. Rabets is our tournament chip leader with 8.6 million. Let's see what he comes with, Donnie.
700.
Here's the 700.
700,000 is the 3-bet. Action back around to Rast. Donnie, give us some insight on the options that Rast has here.
I think his options are pretty wide open. A flat in position here wouldn't be something that's too crazy to think about. Rast started this hand with 35 big blinds. Probably going to come with some form of a 4-bet though.
Oh, wow.
All of it.
Shoves all in for 3.5 million. Rabets doesn't waste any time, makes the call immediately, and we have a massive 7.2 million chip pot here with 11 players left in this 25K high roller. Rast in prime position to take the chip lead.
This is a ton of equity on the line. Oh, man.
Wow. Brian Rast casually leaning on the rail of the table, awaiting his fate here, wanting to dodge an ace. Jack 4-5, 2 diamonds. Very clean and safe for Rast so far. Running cards or an ace for Rabets, or Rast will take the chip lead. Turn card, 7 of spades, down to 3 outs. Brian Rast, 3 outs away from grabbing the chip lead. River card, let's see it. It is the 7 of diamonds, and Brian Rast is our new chip leader with 11 players remaining in this 25K high roller. Of course, no celebration from him. He knows there's still a long way to go with 1.7 million up for grabs. But this is a massive step in the right direction for the poker legend.
What a hand, what a clash.
Era óbvio que eu ia fazer.
2 big stacks, finding premiums, getting it in. Brian Rast going to move up over 70 big blinds. Combine his stack with his experience. Gotta be the favorite now, right?
Donnie, we've been discussing the ace-9 hand from Kristen Foxen for quite some time. Will there be any discussion about Rabets getting so many chips in the middle there with ace king off?
No, I mean, you know Rast is a very capable player. You know, he can be doing that with some hands that you're just going to have to take the flip. You know, maybe some worse hands. I'm sure Rast has a fairly good understanding of Harabek. Aggressive player, certainly not willing to back down from utilizing his chip leading stack, or former chip leading stack, I should say.
If you enjoy the content, please smash like. Let's see if we can hit 1,000 likes before the first break. That would be awesome.
6, 4, 7.
Sean Garner asking, will Rast make the Hall of Fame? I think so. I think he is a shoo-in.
Yeah, it's just really a matter of when, not if. Right? Is it going to be this year? Is it next year? Is it a couple years from now? Because some other people get in before him. I think he's certainly deserving.
Right. By the way, Donnie, how is anyone going to stop Brian Rast now?
Good question. Pick up some hands, cooler him.
Protea says, I won't go all in with ace king without seeing a flop. I Love Duck says, why put in so much with ace king? JC503 says, ace king overplayed. Sometimes you have to fold. I mean, ace king is getting trashed by the chat right now. Come on, guys. Can't be folding ace king in tournaments. How else are we going to give ourselves a chance to win? Rast could have queens, jacks, potentially even worse.
10 seconds.
Harabek, ace-10, raising from the button. Vieira, ace-9 off in the small blind.
850.
He goes to 850.
Fighting back right away, the Portuguese pro. Roberts, after a very hot start, is now getting played back at.
He raised to 1.5.
But he is not backing down from Vieira. Beautiful 4-bet here with ace-5. Sorry, with ace-10 to 1.5. It's hard to keep the numbers straight sometimes.
I mean, we've had some really good hands for chat engagement today. That's for sure.
We've had a lot of poker strategy talk opportunities already, and the day is still very young. We're only an hour into our coverage here of day 3 of the 25K high roller. It's going to be a long day.
All I'll say is if you're not calling it off there with ace-king against Brian Rast, you're going to get absolutely steamrolled out of tournaments. Brian Rast will eat you alive if you're folding ace-king to him.
-279.
Vieira, right back to it, looking down at queen-9 of spades. Going to throw in a raise here.
Raise to 200.
Starting today, by the way, a 1K PLO and a 10K Limit Hold'em Championship. The action never stops at the World Series of Poker. Rast here with the best queen, the ace queen.
Ten seconds.
I'm all in.
Pre-raise players all in.
Wow, Rast fights back in the most aggressive possible way, moving all in onto Vieira, who tosses them into the muck right away. Leave no room for funny business, Tony, by shoving there.
Does everyone that's ripping on the ace king did they just see Ras put his money with ace queen off? I just want to let everyone know that because that just happened.
Exactly. Exactly.
Flying elephant at the big blind. No, the button for the flying elephant. The blinds go up. Oh, blinds are up by the way.
Blinds up.
They've been up for a while. No, for
Did
the blinds were up.
Did that flash?
I didn't see it.
Didn't even. You guys weren't even probably watching. Half the time, no one's seeing.
I knew the blinds were up.
Oh, they're up.
We're talking about the blinds, not the.
Yeah. Blinds were up for a minute. Like when you guys finished your hand, the blinds
Dealer,
were up.
what level are we playing?
Yeah, this.
Dealer, what level?
It's 20. Yeah, they're putting one. It's 6.
That's not.
Players realizing they played one hand a bit too cheap.
That's all right. Everyone got a discount.
You get a little bit of discount.
So dealer, can you read the flop out loud when it counts, because it's a little bit far for us. Thank you.
Ей, tipo.
I'm all in.
Ele flashou as fichas outra vez agora.
O'Donnell here all in with pocket fours, hoping to get this one through, and he does.
Vai a minha outra vez. Agora esta. E vê como.
O'Donnell here now down to 10 bigs. Lines up 60K, 120K.
I'm all in.
All in.
7-6 suited, good enough to shove there. Always going to have some equity there if you get called.
Action on Consigliere here with ace-10 off.
1.2-ish.
Consigliere moves all in over the top from the small blind with ace-10 offsuit. Haven't seen him in the mix so far, but he picks the right moment here to try and eliminate O'Donnell.
Flip.
As I just said, 7-6 suited, at least you always have something to look for. And in this case, it is a 7 or a 6 or some combination of spades, and it comes right away on the flop. O'Donnell hits a 7, turn is a king. 6 outs for Consigliere, or else O'Donnell will double up again. This dealer was in a rush, but at least we know right away. O'Donnell with the double up. Now 2.6 million for him. Consigliere all of a sudden, the short stack at the table here, down to 1.4. That went really quick. I'm out of breath.
Not sure if that was a sign of a little bit of
Kind of a
impatience from
big
O'Donnell.
sweat on the card underneath. It's like 8-7 with the spade.
Not sure 7-6 is a
that?
shove there, but gets the job
It's
done
already
nonetheless.
Really bad.
How bad is this going to be?
Yeah.
1.1.
Here's a look at GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Try it for free for 24 hours or receive a discount at sign up. This is what Donnie uses right now to analyze some of these hands, to tell you guys all about what the machines say you should be doing. It's a great tool, right, Donnie?
It is a great tool. Helps provide you with a great baseline, and then you can kind of expand your strategies from there.
7, 8, 9. Yeah.
Wait, is it just a million? Or no, 1.1. Yeah. There's 3.
It's good.
No, but you know he has
Yeah, but he was doing
1.1.
1-1.
That's 1.2.
1.2. It's 1.2.
It's good, yeah,
There's
yeah, yeah.
4 here.
Oh, there's 4.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I was getting shortchanged.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I can only see 3, but
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, it was 4.
Rack up some of those 5Ks. But do I move or do I don't?
I looked harder on your verify than that one.
Yeah.
I actually didn't check the verify.
2.4 plus his.
I didn't double
What are we
check.
doing? We're stopping? We going?
6, 2. Yeah, I think we're carrying on. It's just you're doing that.
Dealer? Are we stopping? No. Okay. Yeah, this one.
6. O'Donnell way back in the game now, sitting on 22 big blinds. He is a true survivor of the game so far.
He always seems to find a double up when it's most needed. Consigliere now, he's going to be the one needing a double up, slipping down to 11 bigs. This one's certainly playable for O'Donnell here. Comes in with a raise under the gun, ace queen of spades.
It's funny, all his decisions so far have all been about when do I go all in, how do I go all in, and now he finally gets like a situation where he can play a hand.
Yep.
Vieira is not the folding type, but also knows that it's probably going to be hard to make something happen here with King 8 offsuit. But at least what he's going to do is see a flop here.
130, right?
Blinds, meanwhile, 60K, 120K. So that was a min raise. Only had to pay one big blind to see a flop here. Ace 7, Jack rolls off. Great flop here for O'Donnell to continue on. He's off to a stellar start today. Meanwhile, Consigliere down to just around 10 big blinds.
Vieira checks, and O'Donnell's going to come with the continuation bet here.
Mr. Augie in the chat is wondering what this thing is next to his name in the chat. Augie, you were one of the lucky winners of a free YouTube community subscription. So you get your name in a cool color. You get to use the fun emojis that we made for our YouTube page. It's just a little bit of fun we're trying to have.
Thank you.
We're going to do some additional giveaways for our YouTube friends as we are streaming every single day. Michael Boyle asking about the final table. We are combining at 9 at this table and then playing down to 8. That's the plan right now as it stands.
Action folds to Vieira. King Jack off in the small blind.
We're down to the final 11 for those that are wondering. The remaining players are guaranteed $96,000. This was a 25K buy-in, so just shy of 4 times their entry. It's all about that top prize of 1.7 million, which will be awarded tonight on PokerGo. It's going to be a long day for these players, and it's also going to be a long day for you guys at home watching. We're very excited to have the option this year to do coverage like this, leading into the final table. 7, 5, 9, 2 spades on the flop. Small little blind battle. Isaac Haxton still in the mix, along with Darren Elias, Frank Finaro on the second table that is in play.
7 diamond, 5 spade, 9.
Michael Joseph
Pushing the shot clock a little further.
and Lewis Spencer also on that
Pushing the
second
shot clock
table.
A little further. The shot clock, the iPad. Just like push it. Yeah. Otherwise the lights hit and I can't. Check. We're good. Thank you.
Tony, lots of complaining today about lighting problems with the players and their eyes not being good enough. I've never heard this from any of the stud players.
I know.
Are these 25K players just little mini drama queens?
They might be. You never know. No, we're just playing.
I would just bring a bag of sand. Just throw some sand in their face.
And I wasn't sure if it was king of diamonds. It was like twice in a row, and it was like, yeah. And like.
O'Donnell's ace high in the lead here as we're going to the river in a small pot. Donnie, I see Kay complaining. Where is the PokerGo podcast this morning?
Well, my co-host hasn't been feeling so hot. So, as we see, O'Donnell's going to take this one with ace high. So, I let him go home early for the past 2 nights. So, we haven't had a podcast, but we are bringing one tonight. It'll be in your feed tomorrow morning, wherever you listen to your podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify. We're on pretty much all of the platforms. Just search PokerGo Podcast. Get on in there. And if you leave a review, take a screenshot of the review and email it in to podcast@pokergo.com, and we will enter you into our giveaway. We have a long giveaway document of everyone that's submitted a review. We do drawings for random things about once a week, so you can get in there. Completely free to enter. Just leave a review, take a screenshot, send it on into podcast@pokergo.com.
There are shot clocks in play at this event. But yeah, if players take the maximum time on each street, that's still going to be 30 seconds per action. So not the fastest style of play in these high limit, or in these high roll or no limit events. 8's here for O'Donnell in the small blind.
He's got a little heater going here.
He does. He's up to over 3 million, and now he is up against Brian Rast. O'Donnell's going to play it slow here, just limping in. Queen Jack off for Rast. Rast happy to check. This could have gone very differently, Donnie, given the 2 hands.
Certainly could have gone very differently.
King 4 deuce rolls off, nothing for anyone. O'Donnell's 8's still in the lead.
Rast is going to take a stab here on the flop in position. Or sorry, O'Donnell bet. Rast made the call. My mistake. Deuce on the turn, pairs the board. O'Donnell checks. He does have the best hand. You guys can see the percentages next to the cards. 86% for O'Donnell in this one. Have to imagine he's going into check call mode here. Rast checks it back. Ace on the river. Check from O'Donnell.
Donnie could Rast.
Okay.
He's got the nut no pair. I mean, he's got a pair of deuces, but you know.
Rast does decide to give. I was gonna say and speculate on whether Rast can represent anything on a board like that, given the action before the flop and on the flop, or is it just one of those spots where you easily always just give up?
I mean, I think he does have some showdown value there, so there's that aspect of it. I also think that Rast probably recognized the way that the hand played out. It might not make sense for him to have some value hands there if he bets. So
What's the name of this room?
Sorry?
What's the name of this
that's
room?
fine. And then if you're O'Donnell, I think you're just trying to get the showdown moves.
Is it the pit?
Hey, what's the name of this
No,
room?
this is not the pit.
The event center.
The Horseshoe Event Center,
Horseshoe.
Brian.
Horseshoe Event Center. Right, 61.
It doesn't sound the same as the Amazon room.
I'm telling you, we got to give it names.
Okay, can we get some name suggestions in the chat for this room? This is the Horseshoe Event Center. That's what it's called. It is at the Horseshoe in Las Vegas on the Strip. It's iconic because it hosts the World Series of Poker. Give us some good suggestions for a name. We used to have Amazon Pavilion Brasilia Miranda. Now we're in a new place. We have the Paris Ballroom, which, by the way, is absolutely stunning. But we need a catchy name for this space. I think we can do that. Hrabets with pocket jacks decides to raise it up. Maybe it should be the Dolly's room. Donnie, what do you think?
Wouldn't hate it. Way to commemorate the godfather of poker.
Oh, we got some names coming in. David Bivens says the poker room.
See, that one's tricky because there's a poker room out kind of towards the front of the casino. So you don't want to confuse people that much. Plus, it is a convention space. You know, like at the Rio, you cited the Amazon room. I mean, that's just the name of that convention room. Yeah, we all came to know it being in poker, but there was also, like, you could probably have a wedding in the Amazon room. You know, you could have a giant party if you wanted to rent it out, at various conventions, I'm sure.
All right, I'm going to go over a few name suggestions here until we pick up a good hand. The Ringer Room, says Daniel Klein. The Jungle, says Frankie C. The Stable. What else we got here? Benny's Room. The tie-in to the Binions. Don't hate it.
Nothing special.
Good one.
Would have folded.
The Shoe. At the Shoe. Don't mind it at all. The Thunderdome, says Frankie B. Well, the Thunderdome is the final table streaming area for PokerGo, so that name is sort of taken. That's also the mothership, if you want to call it that. The Lair. Let's see. The Derby Dome, the Corral. The Chat Pro Parlor? No, that's right here. That's right here on YouTube. You're in it right now. Mike Holmes, welcome to our YouTube community. Thanks for becoming a member. Very much appreciated. I'm not too impressed.
Raise 240,000. I'm small blind 240, big blind 240.
Rast raised it up with ace queen offsuit. Richard asking about the emojis on YouTube. You have to join our YouTube community. This is not through YouTube Premium, I'm sure. It's specifically tied to our YouTube account. Much appreciated, though, for you to be here hanging out. The Badoogie Bounce House, says Adam.
Badoogie Bounce House. Okay.
I love it. Action on Rast again. King Queen offsuit this time.
10 seconds. Raise 240,000. Fold. Fold. Small blind 240. Fold. Big blind.
The denominations of the chips are those red chips, a little darker red. 5Ks, the greens, very bright green, 25K. And then the blues are 100,000. Currently playing 60,000, 120,000 with a 120,000 big blind ante. You see Rast here under the gun, comes in with the min raise to 240. He's got King Queen. O'Donnell's going to defend his big blind with 6-4. Off to a flop we go. 9-9-3, 2 hearts.
Check.
O'Donnell checks.
Ten seconds. Bet 220,000.
220 is the bet from Rast.
We're still playing with the final 11. Everyone guaranteed $96,000. The final 9 will combine at this table, and then we'll play to lose one more player before sending them on a little break, and then they will play on the main PokerGO.com feed under the brightest lights in all of Las Vegas.
Yeah. Yes. So 1, 2, 2, 7, 8, yeah, 3, 1-ish.
Oh, we finally hit 1,000 likes. I thought it would never happen.
There we go.
Okay.
By the way, my goal still is to add 100 more YouTube subscribers during today's stream. So if you enjoy what you're watching, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. It is completely free. We offer lots of highlights, shorts, other fun videos. If you really are a poker fan, hit that notification bell to get notified whenever we release a new highlight. We have so much content every single day during the WSOP. It is hard for me even to catch up, and this is my job. So I'm just going to try to blast you guys with as much content as possible.
4-5 would all will do. 6 and
There's just so much good stuff going on. Harabek raising here with King 10 offsuit, Rast in the big blind.
Yeah.
Donnie defending, 3-betting. What are we thinking here?
Both options I think are available. Being as deep as they are, Rast might take the conservative approach here and just call, but I think 3-betting at times is also viable. Oh, he does come with the 3-bet. Look at that.
Wow, sizing too, Donnie.
I like it. You're going to want to size up a little bit out of position, of course. Especially when the stacks are this deep. You certainly don't want to give Harabek, you know, what he feels are good odds to get involved with you and smash a big flop. Harabek gives it up.
Welcome to Richard Fiorello. He found the button. He is now part of our community. Much love, my friend. Josh asking, is the final table being aired today as well? Yes, final table will air almost immediately after we are done here on YouTube. It'll be on PokerGO.com. So just stay tuned to this until we get to the final 8, and then make the switch on over to PokerGO.
240.
240,000 is a raise. 240.
Robert comes in here, 240K under the gun. King 3 of spades. Folds over to Ras. He has ace 3 once again, this time the offsuit variety. Daniel Hart, welcome to the membership team. Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching.
Can you give it a cooler name, Donnie? Welcome to Ante.
I mean, I can't. I was thinking ante, small blind, big blind, if we do different levels.
We should just do.
But we can change it. I mean, it's our first go around. I didn't know really what to do. You know.
Let's just call it the winner's circle.
The winner's circle. That might be too many characters.
Come on, try it out. Let's see what you can do. Work your magic. We need something fun on there. Welcome to the Horseshoe.
Welcome to the Horseshoe. What if we're not at the Horseshoe?
We'll change it. Welcome to the Insiders. Something like that. Anyway, Consigliere
Been too tight.
lays it down from the big blind. He's been struggling down to just 7 big blinds. He's going to be all in soon. Vanilla is asking about the other table. Let me try to provide a little bit of an update about the other table. We have Isaac Haxton, Frank Finaro, Darren Elias, Michael Yozov, and Lewis Spencer battling it out. As it stands right now, Isaac Haxton is our tournament chip leader. Haxton doing extremely well.
Raise. 240,000.
All in. Cortez is saying, call it the rail. Kind of like that. It's a good one.
Kind of like that too.
Ace 6 and ace 3 here in the mix. Rast raising it up. Consigliere in the small blind. He does move all in here. Only 890K. I don't see Rast folding here. Blinds at 60K, 120K. Rast running some numbers.
Yeah, I think you got to call this given the price.
Yeah,
There it is.
Rast makes the call, and he is in the lead here to send Consigliere to the rail. No gamble, no future. Spam those emojis in the chat because this gentleman is repping the brand.
I want to hit the 3. It's all right. All right, well then I want to hit the 6. Fuck it. You tried. All right.
Consigliere needing some help here, or he'll be our 11th place finisher. Here comes the flop. 1, 2, 3. 6 in the window, 4 and a deuce right behind it. Gut shot straight draw here for Consigliere. He can hit a 5 to make the wheel. Rast, however, even further in the lead right now with his ace 6. Ace on the turn.
Tell you what,
no clubs for any player.
Man asked for it, you know?
It's definitely coming
3
down.
would not help Consigliere. It would give Rast the winning hand still. 7 of diamonds on the river.
Nice play with you, mate.
Jorge Consigliere eliminated in 11th place. Takes home $96,000. Incredible run for him, but this clearly was not what he was hoping for coming into today. We are down to the final 10. 1 elimination away from redrawing to 1 table of 9.
I do. I busted first, I just won like 7, 8 out.
Brian Rast now up to 9.1 million. That is an absolute pile.
Then I lost ace king versus kings for like 35 million pot against Rast. But I'm still kind of what I started with, a little bit less. No, the biggest are the blue. The blue are 100K. So it's like 5, and it's like 25k, so it's like.
I mean, I
So
would
when you guys are watching
but you know.
a high roller stream like this, do you want to have the superstar player like Brian Rast win another bracelet, or are you hoping for a newcomer to perhaps win their first? I'm always curious about that.
What did you
Yeah, could you slide it? Yeah. Just so no, because I know I'm.
No, that's 170 something like that.
You can still go there. You can still go like if it's like still your turn. You can still
Not
go
one,
there.
870. My bad. 870.
Yeah, for me it was like.
So you can really.
Wait, but I've got a back shot and I'm gonna.
And then is your.
I need something for the
These?
question comes in.
Maybe.
To have
So you already are.
Oh no. I mean, these are all 20.
People are still.
Don't look at me. I said nothing.
Oh. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, they for sure. But you should go there before they write the chance.
Players are waiting
We get
for
next big blind, right?
tables to get balanced. We're down to 4 at this table, so we're about to receive another player here at the table.
no. Small blind versus big blind. Yeah, it's gonna be.
Seeing in the chat that there was an ad played right during that hand. Apologies, we don't have control over that.
Yeah, I was gonna actually value bet river, but I thought because
I'll go yell at the people on YouTube to.
Yeah, just march right over there.
Yeah, I'll go knock on some doors.
Alex,
That's not supposed to happen.
and he's like,
Appreciate it.
he's active.
Obrigado.
They're not a.
Yeah, I know. But still, everyone's got tricks, man.
Brian Rast, married to a Brazilian, spends lots of time in Brazil. I see him tweeting in Portuguese a lot lately. We are just waiting for one more player to show up, and then we'll continue playing until we get down to the final 9 before they redraw.
I think that's our man right there, Isaac
A lot of
Haxton.
tips.
Oh, I've heard of him before.
He's bringing a stack.
Wow, whoever's using their microphone, please stop doing that.
Hey, Ike. We got you. We got you.
No, I'm very happy. But if we were here, you know, it would better.
60, 120.
I'll swap. I'll go.
Roughly.
No ads
Oh, really?
on PokerGO.com, of course. If you're watching there, it's going to be ad-free.
Oh, when
let him
the
settle
time
down.
I walked over and checked, it looked like he was short. He's gone
He lost a big flip right away,
Oh,
and
yeah.
then.
I'll tank for you a little bit.
Oh, thank you, I appreciate it.
Haxton, by the way, even more chips than Brian Rast, Donnie.
Yep.
We could just see a casual 18 million chip pot here before we get down to the final table. It's all very possible.
Very good, man.
I mean, we said that because he hasn't even seen his hand.
1.7 million awaits the winner today in this event.
I've seen my
Naz is just taking some time
just
while
waiting.
I unrack, which is very kind.
Okay, you're being kind.
Final 10 are guaranteed $96,000. The final 9 get $121,000, so pretty significant pay jumps here.
Yeah, actually, while I have these racked, I'd color more out if you want.
Yeah, I'll take a little bit of time as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm just kind of, I'll just wait.
Oh, it's on you, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just wait a little bit.
We're going to do another 2.5 or 2 point what? You tell me what you want to do.
Some chips being taken off the table.
Yeah, I'll do 2.7.
2.7?
I 10 seconds. Also, I
Yeah.
have like 9.
It's okay, we're taking
Okay,
it
yeah,
slow.
thank you.
You have like the same, right?
I have 9.5.
Okay.
9.540 before I anteed.
Hashtag
Wow.
beast.
Exact.
Sorry.
10 seconds.
He didn't go over it. It's fine. 1060. 260,000.
Between these two legends, Donnie, do you think the chat is a bigger fan of Brian Rast or Isaac Haxton? I'm about to do a poll.
There.
No, definitely
the poll.
not.
I'll say Rast. I'll go with 60-40.
Let's have a look.
Do you have the PokerGO app or something?
Rast raising it up, 9-8 offsuit. Haxton the big blind with King 5 offsuit. we could immediately see our first clash between these two, but Haxton is going to let it go.
So you said you had 9 point what?
I have around
So Joe,
9.
2.5, another 200 is 2.7.
Yes, sir.
That's actually good. But,
Shout out to
2.7.
tournament director Sean. Has been around ever since I've been around,
Okay,
which
yeah,
is
so you
about
slightly
15 years.
I should have exactly 9-2.
One too many. There you go. That's a long table, isn't it?
Yeah.
Brian Rast and Isaac Haxton very much used to playing at this table, Donnie.
Yeah, they've been on plenty of deep runs here at the World Series of Poker.
Well, what I mean is that this table came straight from the PokerGO studio.
Yeah, and plenty of deep runs there as well.
This is our main table we use at the studio. So if you ever watch Super High Roller Bowl or even high stakes poker, that is this table. Put a different felt on.
240.
240,000.
Privates raising, ace-5 offsuit. So far, Donnie, 55% Brian Rast.
Yeah,
pretty close to what you were saying.
6 million, roughly. 6. Maybe a bit less.
Beck Norman says, if you like to watch this, why you don't press like any reason?
That's a true story.
Damn right. Thank you, Beck. Warrior says, the hunting room. That should be the name of this
The
event.
hunting room?
The hunting room. Bracelet hunting.
60,000.
Is that still a thing?
960.
Not a fan. Sorry.
They're insanely short over there.
Yeah, I know.
You've
I
got
know.
like 1 mil, 1.2. Did you see this?
Oh, you said I'm
Yeah,
looking at my phone. You're allowed,
Here
isn't
you
it?
go now.
But that's cool anyway, because
She's like 5, 1.2,
Yeah,
1. Ridiculous.
10 seconds.
For those that are experiencing audio issues, we apologize. We are not experiencing any audio issues on our end, and not everyone seems to be experiencing them, so perhaps this is a YouTube issue. If you are able to record your issues and send a little clip to support@pokergo.com, we're more than happy to look into it. And I'll go yell at someone at YouTube. Either way, we're streaming until we get down to the final 8 today on YouTube. Then we're going to hand it off to the real professionals over on the main stage.
You think we could call it the barn?
The barn. I don't mind that at all. Put the hay in the barn. Action on Brian Rast, ace queen offsuit. Yeah, the stables at Horseshoe is also a good suggestion. I'm surprised we haven't seen more players wear horse masks inside this building. People in the chat are recommending to just refresh your feed. The audio fixes itself. We got a whole tech support crew with us here in the chat. Much appreciated, everyone, for helping out. Hrabets, king queen offsuit. Might want to tangle here with Mr. Rast.
240. Fold. Fold. Big line.
Action folds to O'Donnell. He lets it go.
Sorry.
You're good, boss. Heads up.
King 3 deuce. Bravek takes the lead with top pair.
Faz relva, man. Espera aí que eu já vi umas flashadas.
Just for the dynamics as well, you on that table as well, they're just going to fold to each other. What? They're going to take longer without you on the table.
For those asking, my name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me.
I mean, there's still one big sky.
Hello, hello. You can find us on Twitter as well.
Ah não, pagou uma, falou no bem. Foi 60.
Probek defended with king queen in position. Rast continued on this flop. King 3 deuce. Just ace high. How is Prabets going to make the most of this, Donnie?
He's going to start by betting this flop.
Well, calling, you mean?
Or, sorry.
Did you got close?
It's my fault.
Rast.
That's not yours,
Continuation bet
the blue
for
underneath
260.
your stack.
That's normal. I've seen this. Does it all the time.
That was a good move.
Isn't it? Just I don't know what you're talking about.
That is impressive.
Deuce on the turn.
See me shuffling the blues.
You got any few times close to the bracelet? I saw the arch.
Donnie, who do we got on commentary tonight on PokerGo?
I believe it's David Tuckman and Brent Hanks.
Never heard of him.
At least once.
Jeff Platt on sideline reporting duties.
Several final tables.
Steve had an impressive non-win record. Shidwick for his first league. He was like between 20. I don't know if it's like.
If you're Rast here, Donnie, is this just an easy give up after Prabets calls and you really have nothing to go on the turn?
Yeah, I mean, but it's not necessarily a true give up because you might get the showdown with your ace high.
I don't think I even have 10. I might have 10.
We do see
Yeah.
Parabek check behind and get to a river.
Yeah, one of my closest ones is third in the 50K.
50C?
Yeah.
That's a nice one.
My other close one is second in the 40K No Limit 40th anniversary event.
40K. That's
In 2009, for the 40th anniversary of the World Series of Poker, they ran a
40K, remember that event?
That was
That's
fantastic.
when Isaac Hexon used up his one time.
Yeah, Vitaly Lunkin,
the first time I saw a flop.
Lex Veldhaus, Donnie Stern, Greg Raymer. That was an epic final table.
That was my first tournament.
Action goes check on the turn here. Rast checks again on the river, hoping to get the showdown with ace high.
Adams, and he didn't know it was me, and then he was mad about it on break.
Prabet's going for value here.
I guess PCA.
That's
The flying-
600K.
Flying here at PCA gave it away. Like, it's time to go. That's it.
I kept it for like a year and a half after that.
You know, they were running. They probably still are running.
Rast lays it down, and Prabets is slowly chipping up again after that massive pot he lost earlier versus Brian Rast. Back then, his ace-king was no good versus the kings of Rast.
I think it was more fun. Yet everybody
Plenty
had
of
37
massive
badges.
stacks in play here at this feature table, but there is
All
still a second
sunglasses, very
table
questionable fashion.
in play as well.
Everybody had caps.
We need to lose just
Cap
one
was
more
a-
player
had to have a cap.
before we combine for the final table.
Yeah.
With Braille, everything from day 3 on. I would have.
Yeah.
It's so nice.
Yeah, I remember when people used to rail stuff.
It was fun.
And the English shut it down with too much noise.
Once again, if you're just joining us, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel. That's all we ask for here on our YouTube feed. We've got some exciting non-hold'em or non-no-limit hold'em action coming up on YouTube in the next few days. We're going to do 10K limit hold'em final table, and next week 10K Omaha 8 or better final table and the 10K RAS. So that should be great to follow. A little bit of a different flavor. The World Series of Poker, of course, the only time of the year where you get to watch all these different games happening all at the same festival. And who knows, Donnie, if the appetite for stud keeps increasing the way that we've seen, we might have to, you know, start filming
start our own stud series.
Well, the stud series, or, you know, put the mixed game series on the stream.
That's right.
Here's a look at our new poker game, Donnie. PokerGo Play. Check it out. Sign up for updates on PokerGoPlay.com.
Sorry.
Haxton and Rast are the two biggest stacks in the tournament right now. Also happen to be here at the same table. Frankie B is asking, how long is there a break before it starts on PokerGo. We're not quite sure yet because we're not there yet, but hopefully the break won't be too long. Let's first get ourselves to a final table.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Fold on the button. Seconds.
O'Donnell, 9-4 off, taking his time on the button.
Fold, small blind.
Definitely a different pace to play than the Mystery Millions from a few days ago. These guys all seem so eager to play hands that even with very bad hands, they give it serious thought. Looks as though the shorter stacks on the other table are Lewis Spencer. I think he's our short stack right now.
I just realised that the stream will see me just tanking with 9-4.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Professionalism. Huh? Professionalism.
It's fine, man. It's fine. That's really good.
Little blind battle here. Ras decides to limp. Not all too much to report on, as we can definitely tell, Donnie, that play has tightened up a fair bit. Players are really just waiting to make it to the final table.
Yeah, no one wants to misstep at all. Tons of money on the line.
Oh, yeah. That's a bit beefy, yeah.
Drive, Simber. Ja. Nossa.
That's not good for you, I can tell you.
Olha, como é que eu me estou as fichas nesta? Devagarito.
Yeah, but they might not. But at least
Ras
you
decides to try and just take a little stab in hopes of taking this down.
Que ver o gajo meteu aquilo, naquele meteu aquilo, ele splasha.
Don Burnham asking, what's the perfect amount of beers while playing cards? It depends how much longer your session is. Personally, I'd like to just maybe have one.
Something's happened.
If I play with friends at home, then I might have a few more.
Depois vejo, tipo, os gajos tipo, estão aí a jogar, mas quando estão a tão grande, que tipo, é para o Berlim.
I feel like we're now in direct connection with an astronaut. Ground control to Major Tom. It's the beauty of having players mic'd up. There's a $30,000 pay jump right now between 11th and 10th. Or sorry, 10th and 9th, right? Yeah, we're on the bubble for the unofficial final table.
Yeah, 100%.
Roberts is not going to give up too easily here, which is kind of fun. Both these players trying to fight for every little pot.
We can do it now. You can film me walking up to the final table then, isn't it?
Nova aqui é de 6 ali.
Or just film without me talking?
Não me perguntes porquê.
Okay.
Ras lays it down.
Fazemos 9 aqui, quando for 6 vamos para aquele lado da veia. Nem ideia.
I'm so happy I got more time banked. I literally used 3 and some of them got missed.
All right. From the sounds of it, we're going on a short little break because apparently we've lost a player on the outer table. It is
on this table?
Alexei Ponikov's eliminated in 10th place. He got it all in with King Jack offsuit, or King Jack suited versus the Ace King of Darren Elias. Elias had a clean run at it and is now up to 4.2 million. So we're taking a little break, and then we'll be back for final table action here on the YouTube feed. We have one more player to lose before they move on over to the PokerGO main stage. So for now, let's get ourselves a new drink, maybe a little bit of a snack. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Sort of. You kind of have to feel it.
Here, can I get a million?
1 million. I'll bring it back when I get these guys over here, okay?
I don't know. Maybe
Guys, we need a solid chip count from everybody, okay? When you're in your
I'm hoping to draw 1 or 9. 3. No, that's well, it's better than.
Are we going to the final table?
Yes, that's.
We're staying here.
Oh, we're staying here.
Staying here.
We're staying here
Still
until
6 max. Still 6.
Oh, okay.
So you'll be seated.
Brian. Brian, they said we're moving up there at 5 o'clock.
All right, guys, go ahead and move to your new spots. And guys, we need a good chip count on everybody in your new seats. Brian, you said 1 million.
Yeah, that chips that I need. Yeah.
Oh, I'm seat 9.
Yep, seat 9 here.
I was wondering why it was just that.
And I guess
Make sure you have your time banks with your chips.
You got 6 extra, right?
8.
Oh, the official final table?
sorry about that.
I didn't understand what you said, so I'm sorry.
I feel like you understood anything it was. Even yesterday.
What time is it?
Yeah.
That's what you asked?
I got, I think, everything.
Oh, yeah.
Really, everything, I think.
Yeah, thank you.
We're going to buy some
Good job.
show them my Portuguese. Brian, you said you had a million, right?
Right here, yeah.
You're 500, 600, 700, 8, 9, 1 million.
Yeah, Badugi.
Bam. 2.5? I'll come back to that. Let me get that 5 from him.
2435.
Darren will take the 500 from you. Thank you. What else we got? Everything else looks pretty clean. Okay, so 2.5 for you. I'll be right back for those ones.
So you guys want
come back for those 2.5, all right? What'd you say, Ryan?
You guys want exact count, right?
Yeah, exact counts, guys. Exact counts.
Who do I give it to?
Once you've counted your exact counts, we're going to take a 15-minute break. But we need an exact count before you go, all right?
Who do I give it to?
All right, who do
Give
we?
it to Duck.
We're going to take another
Okay, go ahead. Book and count them for you guys.
Wait, so are we going to take another break in 17?
No, we're not taking another break. This is your 15-minute
break
break
right
right now.
And remember the time
We
bank.
don't get them until we get to 8. Official table.
Oh,
So go ahead and go on break now, guys. Come
sorry
back
guys,
at,
this isn't the official final table.
20 after. Guys, 20 after. Cards back in the air. 220.
It feels pretty official.
I see no other final. I see
shit,
no other table. This is the final one in my eyes.
2835. Who do I give it to?
I have 2 of these and I don't care. I tell them I got them.
Bam.
I think she should come
Buying?
Oh,
Ah, diz piores. Acho que estamos em último. Mas estamos em primeiro de vontade. Isso aqui,
9780.
isso aqui é importante.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Hey.
I should be.
This is my mate Dan, isn't it? Craig,
you got?
Giuseppe. This is Giuseppe. Excuse me. Yeah, 15 minutes now.
Is
yeah,
it like
we're
an
gonna
exact
take
15
now.
or you'll just
This
kind
is
of
my other
rough?
friend Elson, he's sitting there.
Oh, 20 minutes then.
Yeah, he's my guy from London, man.
Yeah.
Some home games.
Doesn't seem precise with everything.
You got the rail.
Huh?
Nice one, bro. Sorry, bless. See. This is Primo. This is Luca.
Daniel.
And this is Joachim. This is Dan.
Hey, man. Dan, nice to meet you.
Hey.
Yeah, this is the check team. There's a few more.
You got the whole squad
Yeah,
behind you.
there's a few more that's hovering around.
Where are you at?
I'm four. I've got 2. No, 4. Seat 4.
Não tem posição.
35. Something like that. Yeah, 35. So 25.
Não está precisando muito fazer.
Fun stack.
Tu guys abrir
fun
bananas
stuff
ou
for
quando
sure.
era tributar o
Well, I've got a
Só
lot.
por isso.
I love having the sleep
Tem que fazer um do
back
Dante
from
espaço,
there,
tem que jogar
because
como jogava
he's
com o
just so
Griff.
active,
Não
it
tem
just
espaço
allows
para
me
botar, mas
to-
foi o 10 anos a fazer mais
Yeah, again,
A
that's
próxima vai ser
perfect.
como
Like, but the guy to my left
Posso
also
tributar mais.
fucking
Sim, eu
maniac, like
só da casa de banho.
20 big
Não,
blinds
café?
jamming,
Tem
7,
20.
8 off.
Mas eu não quero passar para aquele fumo do Baileys, como fumará do caralho. Não quero isso.
Yeah,
Mas eu não quero passar pelo
yeah,
gosto,
yeah,
como
obviously, obviously. I think the jam's good, but it's just like it's unnecessary.
6, 8, 8.
Yeah, it's not. It's
Porque
just
qualquer,
not
estamos
necessary
aqui nesta
against
zona aqui à frente, que é
that.
mais
It's limp
calminho.
for raise, like she's not gonna rejam. She's not gonna rejam.
Mas eu...
I know she free bet Jack 9 suited.
Só casa de banho,
yesterday, but
continua a
it's
ver.
still Jack 9 suited. You know what I mean? It's not like she's ISOing Jack 5 off like I did. I did that for the stream, the Jack 5 off ISO. Then I got jammed. Yeah.
Remember that this?
Oh, I'm gonna do like that. I can clip it.
Yeah. Strong.
I'm not, my nails. Break my nails.
Inside? Yeah.
Dale.
Cool.
20 ciegas para, sí, un oficial, último 9, pero cambiar el nivel en 15 minutos, nos va a tener como que 15. 2,4.
We've just made the final table,
Bueno,
25k, excited,
Did we get it?
stack's not too bad, we're dead in the middle of the field, so let's go get it. Race it time.
Pero está muy nervioso, la gente se caga. Sí, está bien. Pero tiene sentido como Román, que juega bien, casi siempre. Sí, pero después empezó últimos 13.
Yeah,
Contra
this is
ciega,
nice. Go, go on.
y pushea 8-7
Yeah,
contra 21
Yeah,
ciegas
I feel
de
like I
Chris.
do. I like having hexes to my right, but I don't like having
No,
hexes
el
to my left.
pushea de
I'm really
contra
literally
21
hard
ciegas.
place.
Que está muy nervioso. Que se está
So,
apagando.
We'll see. I mean, right now, my stack's easy to play. It's near. Quite
Sí, la
easy,
presión.
right? Like nothing else to do. If it's close, it's a fun.
¿Ha posteado o no?
Vieira is trying to
So that's nice. That makes decisions easier. It's tougher when you're like big stack against second big stack. That's when you got to think about things like. Oh well, Hexen said that. Well, who said that? Not now. No one said that. That was before, right? And the C7's short. Yeah, it's a 2 short.
Who are you seat for?
Yeah, C7 is short. And C9 is short.
No, look at all the hundreds let out in front.
What do you mean? He's got 2.9 C9. Oh, that one. Yeah, okay, yeah. The C9 and C2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm still got to wait for them to buy.
Yeah, 9 left.
Oh, sorry, the 2500 what game?
No, 2500, 25k.
We'll look at it. But still.
No, it's a good bunch.
Suicide to
It's
Buffalo, obviously.
me, Ike has, I'm just, I think one of the short stacks, or the short stack actually. Got Ike, Rast. No, Aspen is out. Ike, Rast, Roman Rabbit, you know.
I'll play it the way I feel it.
A couple of British lads, I don't know his name. Yeah.
If I feel
Seems like he plays alright, but I didn't know him before. Well, there's a bunch of us. No, it's stacked. No, I think bottom. Maybe that last one, but it's still 20 bigs. No, it's alright, yeah, it's alright.
120K.
I mean, that's good. Well, let's get more.
Yeah. I think I'm like joint 7 of 9 with NASA. I think. Who is it? I've never heard of this one. Oh, this is like a massive swap. Alright.
Yeah, it's like a poker.
Cinema. Yep.
What's that?
Yeah, definitely can. It's just tough with this.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The 2023 WSOP still in full swing. If you're joining us for the first time, this is day 3 of the 25K high roller. We are down to the final 9, and as it stands, we will play at this table until we lose one more player, and then they will move over to the main set for live streaming on the PokerGO.com main channel tonight, and they will play down to a winner who will take home $1.7 million. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth. As always, please send us some love in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know what kind of snacks you have tonight. And please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel.
I've got,
let's go.
2750. Sorry? 27.
We're just waiting on our new, there it is, our new chip counts, our full overview of the action as Frank Finaro joins us for the first time on the stream. Darren Elias, also a new face. We did not get a chance to see him at the table last night. Michael Joseph in the 1 seat, same for him. We had Lewis Spencer at the feature table last night for only a few hands before he got moved to the outer table. But right now, these are the remaining 9 players in the event vying for that first prize of $1.7 million. Quick look at the payouts here. $1 million for second, $725 for third, $511, $368, $270, $202, $155, and the remaining 9 are all guaranteed $121,000 right now. So massive final table, massive implications. It's going to be a good one. Thanks once again all for being with us here on the stream.
It's weird. It's kind of like, I mean, I don't really care. It's more like the cards thing.
Yeah.
That's the, you know? Yeah. Like, can somebody see my cards from the
Don't want to have to worry about it.
Finaro raises it up, ace-5 suited.
That's like the biggest.
Love those suited wheel cards.
They should probably make it like a whole card.
It's good.
Yeah, like I feel
Are we
like
going over there?
Actually folds to Haxton in the small blind.
5-6-4.
5-6-4.
Yeah, actually, your spot's nice.
Nobody behind.
Yeah. That's the biggest worry here.
Donnie and Haxton choose here out of position versus early position raise. What are your options with ace queen offsuit?
The raily's high. It kind of blocks.
Yeah. If you,
And you have
especially if you
stack.
look like
Are
close
you gonna
to
want
the
a
rail.
3-bet here?
That way the angle, right?
Also the stack. You have stack,
Heavy.
have rail, you have body. I mean,
Play out of
probably
position.
You're fine.
Yeah,
Just rather kick it up a bit.
trying to look close to the rail.
Funaro,
I feel
excuse
worse
me,
on those
has a hand.
Oh yeah, dude.
Could see
When
him
we were playing
continuing with.
yesterday over there.
That was way worse.
Yeah, when you're on
We
the
all-
side close to the rail.
I think we're all pretty well aware what the
That
solvers
one,
say these
I
days
don't
about the
know. We were at-
ace-5
you saw him,
suited.
like, doing some, like,
It's like the
super-
most beloved hand now in all of poker. Wow. Donnie, what are we seeing here?
We're seeing a call. Funaro feels he has enough hand to continue along. We know Haxton is very deep.
Let's keep it that way.
He's got 81 big blinds. Started this hand with 47, so
I mean, these guys are not backing down. Very first hand at this final table. 10-6-5 rolls off. Funaro is the one to flop a pair, but Haxton, the pre-flop aggressor, might see him continue here.
Yeah.
this isn't the worst flop for Funaro. Bottom pair, backdoor nut clubs.
Yeah, 2 big distance.
Yeah, the 10K deuce. One's a no limit.
600.
Paxton does decide to continue.
Probably another. Oh, yeah,
600,000. Donnie, Funaro, in his situation, it's kind of what you're hoping for, right? You flop a pair, you have a backdoor flush draw.
No, my first one was a no limit. It was pot limit.
I think it's going to be
pot limit hold. That was my first bracelet.
difficult to get Funaro off of this hand. I think he's got to see at least one more street.
Yeah, because
the bet is small enough. You know, as you mentioned, he has that backdoor flush draw equity.
But also, you know, against hands such as, you know, jacks, kings, queens, he was behind, is still behind. Versus hands like ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack, all of a sudden you are now ahead. You know, king, of course, a bit of a wrinkle there. But it is kind of an interesting situation for Funaro here, having a pair of fives.
It is. If Haxton continues here, this is going to be a hard card for Funaro to continue on. It's obviously not a club. It's the king of diamonds. There are going to be times when that connects with Haxton.
Back in the day, it didn't matter so much because people three bet so small. But pot limit holding is actually a great game when you're like a big stack. Like it's kind of a trick, but in the dealer's choice, deep, especially now that there's an
Haxton continuing here for $1 million.
Healthy bet here.
You should be calling pot limit holding because you can't get like when you're taking away the short stack's edge, which is like
this hand immediately giving us exactly what we want. We want some drama. We want some big pots. We want some blow-ups, perhaps. Funaro is going to check back at his cards here, probably realizing, Donnie, if I call, I might have to risk it all on the river.
Just a bad turn card for Funaro there.
Yeah.
A couple of barrels from Haxton get it done. He is now up to over 11 million chips.
It's tough when he comes in a pot for them to come in.
You can't
with a lot
because
of
you don't have equity edge. On the
Wow.
bottom, like,
Isaac Haxton
okay,
on a tear.
I call. Let's go. We have 5 big bets. You want to go in?
Yeah.
Because hold on, limit holders would also do the job, but the equities are.
You have a good hand. You have a good hand.
Yeah, you have a good hand. Yeah. On Omaha, it doesn't matter. Yeah. And there's no split pot either. So that's amazing. Amazing pick.
Yeah, that's another game that's it's not actually that fun to play and nobody plays it, but it's a kind of interesting addition to that one.
The Omaha?
Yeah, Omaha ICM spots. I was thinking the same thing about it too. Yeah, Nick Schulman did it, huh?
A few years ago.
Darren Elias, one of the greatest players of all time on the World Poker Tour. 4 titles over there. Still looking for his first bracelet, right?
He is. A couple third place finishes. Came in the 10K no limit deuce to 7. The low ball game that everyone loves. Darren loves it as well and performs pretty well in it. That's the closest he's come. He's got 3 World Poker Tour titles. He also won the WPT Tournament of Champions. So it's just one of those things where it's not like Darren Elias isn't a very good tournament player. He's got more than $11 million in live tournament earnings. It's just that a World Series of Poker bracelet has eluded him.
Then you called them Omaha High or something. Or maybe I had 3 big.
Haxton raising up with king, queen offsuit. Sorry, Elias raising it up. Haxton lays it down.
The table wants to play with me. That's a spot. Dealer choices. I love that one. It's great. This is my second favorite. It's behind only the 50K.
I think I like the dealer choice more.
What game gets called the least?
10,000 versus.
What game gets called the least in dealer's choice?
Limit hold.
Yeah, I don't even know. There's some games that don't get called.
I don't think I ever played limit hold.
5-card draw, do people call that?
No, you get called a lot.
They get called some. There's this one Japanese guy who only calls it.
In Kenya, used to play online.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. He still plays online.
Can you play pot limit Badugi?
No.
But you can do triple, right? Pot limit triple.
Yeah. That's one of my pet favorites. I've been playing it in the big bet mix and
240
hybrid mix. So I've been
King queen offsuit for Vieira.
Big mix.
He comes in for the raise to 240.
Big and people are scared of it. So I think it's a game I go to pretty often. Especially in the 10K, where there's more like good players.
Action on Spencer with ace-3 offsuit.
Sometimes
He decides to let it go. Fiera might pick up the blinds and aces here unless they wake up with something. And there it is. O'Donnell wakes up with aces. He's been on a good day so far.
The 10K, the small bet players are probably scared of it, like big time.
But like big O, it's like most people in the 10K are like decent. So
O'Donnell's been trending straight up. Even has Fiera out-chipped by just a little bit here. We're playing 60K, 120K. Might see a shove here from O'Donnell, who has 21 big blinds. Decides to just go for a raise.
525.
Makes it 525, keeps it small. Gives Vieira the option to put it in himself. Vieira stays disciplined, lays it down, and O'Donnell once again finds a way to chip up slowly. Stacked final table here. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to win. Can anyone stop Isaac Haxton? Of course, Brian Rast, second in chips, one of the most experienced players of all time in this type of format. A real closer when it comes to performing at the final table. But Donnie, as you mentioned yesterday, Isaac Haxton already on a tear in 2023 so far.
Just about $6 million in earnings for Mr. Haxton this year. It all started back at the PokerGO Cup in January. He won the $50,000 finale to that series. Then went to PCA, crushed there, had some Triton results. Kind of wild to think that despite him winning right around $6 million so far, there is another player who's won more money this year already, and that is Sam Greenwood.
Wow. I know those guys are good friends, running the same circles. The poker strategy discussions must be at a very high level for those guys to perform that well. Lots of O'Donnell fans in the chat now as we see him chip up orbit after orbit. And of course, when things go well, things go well. Isaac Haxton picks up pocket aces here.
$275.
Haxton makes it 275. Action of Funaro in the small blind, 10-8 offsuit. Elias ace-queen offsuit in the big blind is going to defend. We're going to see a flop here between two absolute killers. Elias fourth in chips with 37 big blinds. Jack 9-3 on the flop, two spades. No one has a spade today. Rast has lots of fans as well in the chat. It's going to be tough to pick if you're a poker fan. All these players are known for their aggressive play and fun to watch styles. As Haxton continues here for 180. Elias with the trademark hand covering the mouth. He's got some back doors, but ultimately in a lot of trouble versus pocket aces here.
You guys see my comps while I'm choosing?
Elias is going to come along.
Can you
one.
Deuce of spades on the turn. Donnie, perhaps some bluffing chances here for Elias, or would you really need to have a spade to make a move like that?
Yeah, I think this is going to be too hard for him to bluff, him not having any spades of it in his hand. Paxton can certainly have one or two
we
of
were all
them.
going to make t-shirts with Knock's face on them for the main event.
If Haxton does continue here, and I guess he would, probably just going to see Elias have to shut it down and give it up.
Axton does decide to slow things down a little bit.
Okay. Just under 1.1 million in the middle. I feel like we're going to see a lot of 7-figure pots from here on out. Elias does check. Nearly a pot-sized bet here from Haxton, 970,000.
Guys, no, in the front, nothing.
We're not allowed the phone at the table.
Elias gives it up.
You have to put your phones away at the table.
There we go.
Oh,
Ryan O'Donnell laying down the law. Put your phones away, boys. It's final table time. Let's get serious here. Put your GTO wizards away. Do your studying at home.
Maybe he's just telling people where to watch it.
Maybe he's in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, you never know.
He's looking for advice in the YouTube chat.
60 is 10 back.
I don't even know what that word means.
No. It's like in law, you know?
No.
When they sequester a witness, it's like when they put them in a separate room so that they can't hear.
I've never heard
When
that.
they first started streaming the final tables, they were super paranoid about it. They had the table with like curtains all around it, and you like couldn't leave the area. There was like a special bathroom you had to go to, so you couldn't talk to anybody.
Did they call it that, or did you coin that?
I think that was the word they used.
Okay, I was about to give you credit.
I'm like, my English is pretty good, and I've just never heard that word before.
I do remember that, Donnie, from back in the day. I believe at the PCA, they had that special room where the live streaming was in real time, and there was no one allowed in or out.
Yeah, that was, well, you could come out after like an hour.
Right. Yeah, you had to wait. Yeah. They've done away with that format pretty quickly. If you're just joining us, 9-handed action here from the Horseshoe in Las Vegas. 25K high roller, 1.7 million up top, stacked final table. We're going to play until we lose one more player, and then it's going to switch on over to PokerGO.com. So a little bit of extended coverage here today.
I actually don't know if these are mine. That makes the charity much...
Diamonds versus diamonds. Potential trouble here for O'Donnell. Fonaro gave up a sizable portion of his stack to Haxton earlier. He's going to use a time extension chip before deciding on his pre-flop action here.
I've never heard of it. I don't know.
Yeah, you go to Mars this table.
Fernaro burns a time extension and then makes the call.
Oh, so yeah.
Okay, cool.
Rask getting confirmation on stack sizes here before acting from the big blind. Just a min raise here. We might see Rask come along here with 9-7 offsuit. Rask sitting on a big stack, 54 big blinds.
I think it's like 63 bets. 33. So I was just like,
Second.
thanks.
Donnie, how much of it is down to cards and luck when you're at a table with so many good players? Because
All luck, man. All luck.
Because I feel like it sort of evens out between these players. They're all very
Listen, there's
accomplished.
obviously luck involved in poker. You know, that's just how it is. Anyone who tells you that it's 100% skill is crazy. There is some luck, but there is an incredible amount of skill that goes into it. You know, I guess I kind of go back to your favorite thing, or one of your favorite things, when you see players get the same hand.
True, true.
You know, it's not, then it's really down to how you play it, the positions that you're in. This could be a fun flop here. Everyone's got a little piece of it in some way.
This is very interesting. Opening a straight draw for Rast, top pair for O'Donnell, and a middling pair for Fernaro. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. The blank of all blanks.
Yeah, that's not a fun card.
But it is sort of a fun card in the sense that no one's hand really changes. Fernaro might feel better about his 8. O'Donnell feels better about his jack. And Rast, of course, still has 8 outs for the straight.
Yeah, with this checking around on the flop, you know, wouldn't be totally out of form for Rast to take a stab here. He does have a fair amount of equity with that straight draw. And there he is, coming with right about half pot. So if you're Rast here, even if you get called, you know, it's not the worst scenario because you do have those outs to the straight. We can also see that he has kind of an emergency backup with a 9 if it comes.
Yeah. Not all of his straight outs are clean. If a heart comes off, obviously he's going to probably slow down a bit. O'Donnell, though, still trending up, has the best hand here.
I think we'll probably see a call from O'Donnell here, which would render Rast hitting a 9 not worth anything, but wow. Okay.
Big move by O'Donnell.
Oh, yes.
How do you like this?
I think.
Rast probably did not expect this to happen.
No, especially after this goes checks around on the flop. Interesting move. I certainly did not expect that to happen, but O'Donnell won the pot, so good for him.
Exactly right. All right, Donnie, tell me more about this.
Play.pgt.com. You guys can play free pickup games. This summer we are giving away $5,000 in prizes. They're free games. You can go there and you can basically say like, hey, will Daniel Negreanu cash in event number 18? Yes or no? You know, how much money will so-and-so win in this event? Pick a number. How many entries will the main event have? Pick a number. There's a whole variety of pick'em games. They are free. Play.pgt.com. Get in there, have some fun, play along. It's a great thing to accompany watching all the live stream action that we have going on. Spencer here, 2 9s.
Sir, stick around a second, I'll tip you. Wait over there a second, I'll tip you.
10 seconds.
Spencer looking for some help. He only has 11 big blinds coming into this final table. Decides to move all in. Very understandable. In case there is trouble, Paxton folding one of the 9s that Spencer would love to see if it comes down to a showdown. But a round of quick folds, and Spencer's going to pick this one up.
I have small bills if you need.
No.
Jameson says, this event ends today, but we'll be here for a while. Yes, indeed. Slow structure. Lots of money on the line. This is going to be an all-day affair. We're happy to provide you sort of the appetizer to the main event by streaming this from the start of day 3 until we reach the official final table. We were not supposed to stream today, Donnie. We just put it on as an extra.
No, we weren't.
There was supposed to be no stream today on YouTube, but hey, we're happy to just do it this way. We are at the final table, not officially. It's an 8-handed tournament. We're down to the final 9, etc., etc. It's one of those nuances of the game.
Can't stand it. One of my biggest pet peeves in poker. It's the final table.
Right.
I mean, that's just how it is. It's kind of why I've prefer to, I just say a top 10 finish.
Oh, okay.
Top 5 finish, top 3 finish. You know what I mean? What? And if you make the final table, it's the final table.
Right. Yeah, because when you're playing a heads-up tournament, what do you say? I got down to the final table when you got top 2.
I mean, I think heads-up tournaments, you probably just refer to it semifinals, finals, quarterfinals. I think that's okay. Probably a unique situation there. But like the WPT really tricks you up because they put six-handed on TV, and that's what they call the quote-unquote official WPT TV final table, but they still go to a final table before that. So it's tricky.
Funaro raising it up to 320 with King 9 suited. Action on Elias with the pretty looking ace queen of clubs.
A couple of East Coasters here. I think Funaro's out of the kind of northeast area along with Darren Elias.
Funaro lets it go after Elias 3-bets, and he picks up the spot.
Yeah, I was like 1.6. I had like 2.6.
You got to 5 over there?
Huh?
2.5?
2.6, yeah. Maybe this is 19. Yeah, 2.55.
Thank you.
Joe, how much you have?
1.8.
2.8?
1.8, yeah.
1.8? Okay.
Another playable one here for Funaro, ace 8 of clubs. Funaro working on 19 big blinds right now. Min raise to 320K. Folds around the table and Funaro picks it up.
Elliot Franzen asking, Remco, how are the trails? I mean, I just, you know, some people know this. Pretty big into cycling, train a lot, have some fun with it. But the one thing I want to emphasize, if you ever come to Vegas, or if you're an early bird like myself and you like getting out in nature, Vegas has some of the most amazing mountain biking in the entire country, and people don't know about this. If you ever come to visit and you're into this kind of thing, go to the small town of Blue Diamond. There's a little coffee shop there. You can rent bikes. It's really, really cool. You can see all sorts of wildlife there as well. It's a little kind of a different Vegas experience, but I can highly recommend it, and I feel like it's not getting enough attention. So, you know about Red Rock, lots of cool hiking, but the town of Blue Diamond has incredible mountain biking trails. So if you ever are in Vegas, you just want to get out, that is something I can highly recommend. All right, back to the action here. O'Donnell, Queen, Jack of clubs. Comes in for a race, making it 320. This guy has just been chipping up constantly, Donnie, now up into 4th in chips. Vieira, Spencer, and Joseph, 15 big blinds or fewer for those 3 players. Could see some shoving and reshoving in this level.
Yeah.
Mark says, say hi to the donkeys in Blue Diamonds. It's a different kind of donkey, but they are super friendly.
That one gets through for O'Donnell. I feel like we're going to see a bit of this raise and take action, you know. Probably going to take some big hands to clash, but not always going to see that.
Players do get the good water, as people are commenting on this.
I mean, of course, as we talked about yesterday, Ryan DePaul is saying he's got the small water bottle over in the Gladiator tournament here. 25K, you know, we got to treat the people a little nicer, get them some Fijis.
No, I don't need it, but I see what you're saying. Like, it was much easier to read it there than here. Like, the first flop that I played there, I actually thought it was Jack 6-6 for a second, and I had to, like, look.
I mean, I don't mind. It's up to you guys, because it's a problem in the sides to see the board.
Paul asking if players are allowed to watch the delayed stream on their phones while at the table in between hands. No phones allowed at the table, period. For whatever reason, no phones allowed. If you want to use your phone, step away from the table. Action on Brian Rast here, pocket eights.
Yeah, oftentimes when you see players play at a live stream final table, they might have some people on the rail that are sweating the action. They'll go over, they'll kind of get some insight as to what's been happening on the delay, of course. I mean, it's kind of interesting because it adds like an additional element to the strategy aspect of everything. Of course, you know, you don't have to do that, but oftentimes you will see players take advantage of it.
Roman, we both shaved yesterday.
O'Donnell, ace-10 opposite in the big blind. Could see a
I
defend
had
here.
less to shave, but I still did.
You didn't have as much as I did.
No. We're trying
Yeah,
to
I was looking a bit like homeless. So.
A little bit, yeah. I was more like pedo stash.
Oh, now all of a sudden it starts to click in my head. Horabek shaved his beard off overnight. I only just recognized that. Him and Rast talking about shaving. O'Donnell, of course, goes to a barber. Look at how straight that line is. Ace Jack 4 rolls off. O'Donnell again with the best of it. I'm going to make a wild prediction here. I think O'Donnell is going to win this tournament. Nothing is going wrong for him so far today, and that is kind of what you need on the final day of a big event. Rast bets 300K. Action on O'Donnell. Toss is in the call. If you're with us here on YouTube, please smash that like button and subscribe to the channel. Let's see if we can get to 2,000 likes on today's live stream as the 10 of spades gives O'Donnell 2 pair.
Oh, sorry. Forgetting the phone thing.
10 seconds.
Keep forgetting the phone rule. Keep just like taking it out. Just like an extension of
Rast is going to fire again, so it seems, Donnie. How do you feel about this?
Yeah.
At this point, I mean, he's turning his pocket eights into a bluff. I don't think he's doing this for value. But there are some draws out there, so maybe he's trying to push O'Donnell off of them. Could be targeting a hand like a jack, trying to get a fold from, you know, something like a queen jack, a jack 9, something like that.
10 seconds.
This also puts some pressure on some smaller aces, if that is what O'Donnell has. But as we can see, O'Donnell's not going to go anywhere with 2 pair here. Now we're going to find out if Brian Rast wants to fire another barrel.
Would this be a good card to barrel on, Donnie?
Not the worst card for him to barrel on, given O'Donnell's holding.
King of Clubs completes the action. 1 card Broadway, flush possible. I mean, O'Donnell has a pot-sized bet left behind. Can Rast do something crazy and turn his hand into a bluff by moving all in, or am I just getting too carried
I think it's
away?
going to be a really hard spot for him to do so. I mean, of course, Rast could figure it out and do it, but
10 seconds.
the clubs come in, hands like Queen Jack get there. Rast has, I mean,
2.5 million is the
look at
bet.
this.
Brian Rast, is this why he's one of the best?
This is why he's probably going to be in the Poker Hall of Fame soon.
O'Donnell under pressure. Ace 10. Wow, what a move from Brian Rast. This is some exciting poker action. Didn't put him all in. So O'Donnell can make the call, not risking his tournament life. Of course, we know he has the best hand. What a bet by Brian Rast. All of a sudden, those time extension chips are melting away.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Oh, just hearing the dealer say 10 seconds must be so nerve-wracking. He has a few time extension chips left. Can he figure it out? He's absolutely devastated. What is he supposed to do here? Pedal to the metal from Brian Rast. Is he going to get away with this one? 5.6 million in the middle as O'Donnell burns through time extension after time extension, silently glancing over at the board, running through some numbers potentially on how much money is in the middle. Oh, he makes the call. He makes the call. Great call announced by Brian Rast. Oh, baby.
I don't know, Tyler Brown, you got some company for the call of the summer.
Wow. Ryan O'Donnell calls the bluff.
I gotta call the river. When I call the turn, I gotta call the river.
That was an incredible call.
Wow, all of a sudden, Brian Rast down to 3.5 million. Ryan O'Donnell up to 9 million. He is now second in chips. What a day for him. He started with like just over 1 million chips. Absolutely bananas.
That was a sick call. Credit to Brian Rast for his portion of the hand, following through with that triple barrel, knowing that's the only way he's winning this one. But Ryan O'Donnell just proved better than the 5-10 bracelet winner on this hand. Wow. Incredible stuff, man. We have seen some incredible hands this summer, and this one is right up there with the best of them.
I mean, this is one of those situations where great bluff, great call. Like, both players deserve some respect here.
Yeah, and like if you're Brian Rast, you can't really do anything but tip your cap to Ryan O'Donnell because he made an incredible call. I mean, and kind of if you're Ryan O'Donnell, you also want to be like, great bluff, man, because you almost had me there. I almost kicked my cards into the muck. But you guys heard Ryan O'Donnell after the hand. He said, if I call the turn, I have to call the river. That's how he felt. So it's still not easy to pull the trigger when it comes down to it, but he was strong enough to do so.
Spencer all in here with ace-9 suited. Isaac Haxton, king 10 off. At least getting a count here to make sure that this is not within his calling range.
Need to stretch that off.
Saw the release of excitement from O'Donnell, double fist pumping after that moment. I can only imagine what it feels like to know that all of a sudden you are in an amazing spot to play for upwards of 1.7 million.
They're all probably anti-striking.
Lots of people in the chat giving respect to Brian Rast for that triple barrel bluff.
Friends are American, apparently. Maybe.
If you're not loved by your own.
If you enjoyed that action, smash the like button on our video, show us some love. more engagement we get, the more of these streams we can do.
I saw like 3 diamonds. Or 3 hearts. Three hearts.
We'll see if Rast is able to recover. Of course, plenty of experience to lean on. But still, quite a big blow to his stack.
All in?
Raise players all in.
Another all-in shove here from Spencer.
I'd like to welcome Gary Andrews to our YouTube club. Appreciate you for joining.
So I did change the name.
Oh.
But it's under review. YouTube reviews it. So
what did you call it?
The Rail.
The Rail? Yeah, see, there you go. Whoever suggested that a little while back. Good suggestion. Jackie says, Rast always looks so sad. I mean,
I would look sad after that hand too.
I'd be very sad. Rast, by the way, still has 22 big blinds left.
9, 2.3, 7, 2.4, 2.5. Did that flash? It did. Okay.
Lewis, what do you have now? Like
2.65. Okay.
We're still 9-handed here in the 25K No Limit Hold'em High Roller. These are the final 9 players. The final 8 are likely to move to the main stage, streaming tonight on PokerGO.com.
See a lot of people commenting about the river sizing from Rast, not putting O'Donnell all in. I mean, I can honestly see that going either way. You know, you're in O'Donnell's shoes. You're like, is he kind of leveling me? Think like betting a little bit less than I have, leaving me with chips left. And then it becomes kind of just this crazy guessing game, and that's where the meta really comes in. So,
welcome to Charles Gettings, also part of our YouTube community.
Funar here limping in from the small blind. Elias, the queen jack in the big blind. Elias is going to check. And these two are going to a flop. King 9 deuce. No pair for either player. Elias remains in front, also picks up a gutter. Funaro checks.
That's kind of long,
Rast is big blind. Yeah, I wasn't really sure last
Bet here from Elias, 160K. That's the minimum you can wager. Funaro folds, and Elias picks this one up.
Exploit me for jamming.
I mean, 8-10 is just the best because obviously it blocks so much of his stuff that goes all the way, you know what I mean? Like 8-3,
I'm still like mind blown by this hand between Rast and O'Donnell.
Is that going to make the highlight reels?
Absolutely, yes. That was fantastic.
We had the crazy suck out by Hasdall against Schulman in stud. We had the Tyler Brown call in the second to last hand of the Mystery Millions when he called it off with ace high with a $450,000 difference between second and first place prize money on the line. Now we just had this incredible call by Ryan O'Donnell. We have had some absolute bangers this summer.
It's been awesome so far. We're continuing to stream every single day. If you're new to our coverage for the 2023 WSOP, let me just tell you that we're doing a bit of a mix this year between PokerGO streaming and free streaming, which will be also on PokerGO without the ads, obviously, and also on Facebook and YouTube and some other places as well. because we're trying to just reach as many people as possible while also still being able to offer our premium product. Of course, this all leading into 10 straight days of World Series of Poker main event coverage. And as it stands, it looks as though we're not going to miss a single minute of the greatest tournament of the year. So do with that information what you will. But all I can say is that it's an honor and a pleasure to provide these additional streams. I believe we have 30% more live streaming this year compared to last year. Every year we're trying to expand our offering with 96 events going on, of course. There are tons of concurrent events. We have to pick and choose sometimes. But it's been fun to follow this event for 2 days in a row, leading into the final table. We're going to do something similar for the 100K and the 250K. We know that everyone loves
and
those
probably
big round
the
events.
50K PPC.
That's going to be even more coverage.
Yeah.
PPC is what I believe is going to be 3 days straight of coverage, 2 days on our Horseshoe Table, and then the final table day on PokerGO.com. So yeah, we're trying to expand as we go.
The goal is to do more every single year. I don't know if we'll ever get to this point, but in an ideal world, it'd be like great to like get into the platform, and then you can be like, oh, I want to watch event A today, or I want to watch event B, or maybe there's some sort of screen that shows all 4 events that are running at one time. I mean, that's kind of in my crazy fantasy world head, but I'm happy to be here this year, 47 consecutive days of coverage. We started that on June 1st. We were going all the way through to the end.
Ace-Queen off here for Joseph. Haven't seen him do much. Still 15 bigs, though. Not immediately in danger, but we could see him move all in here.
1.8 million.
That is a very committing raise.
1.8.
So far, a bunch of folds for Joseph. Finaro with the prettiest looking cards. Throws them in the muck as well. No takers there, as Joseph rakes in an important one, almost back up to 3 million. And Joao Vieira closer and closer to being the next one out, sitting on just 11 big blinds.
This really hasn't been Vieira's day. Hasn't really gotten anything going.
Aaron Collins is asking, why is the final table in an 8-handed tourney 9 people? Well, the same reason why in the World Series of Poker main event, you're playing 9-handed, and when you get down to the final table bubble, you play 10-handed. So we're technically on the official bubble, but still, it's the final table because there's only 1 table left. So a little bit of semantics there. You could argue that either way. World Poker Tour calls their final tables at the final 6. This was an 8-handed tournament all the way throughout, so now
the
final
studio
9.
we do final 7. So I mean,
Final 7 at the studio. So yeah, there's a different style everywhere you go, but ultimately this is the last table of the tournament. All right, action on Finaro, pocket aces.
That ace 10 hand is absolutely insane. Rash like that jam time. Well, he didn't jam, he put him in for like 90%.
Raising up to 320.
Rash does red 8. Something I have. Ace 10 is like ace of clubs, jack of diamonds, 4 of clubs, 10, king of clubs.
Joseph in the big blind with queen jack offsuit. He's going to defend for the extra big blind. Donnie, because he's wearing the USC sweater, can we assume he went there? Is it like frowned upon to wear a college sweater if you didn't go there?
no, because USC is one of those colleges where you can be a fan of the football team, for example, because they're such a big program. I have no idea what that noise was, but
that's Joseph eating the microphone. Not sure how many grams of protein are in the microphone, but he's definitely giving it a shot. Oh, great. Yeah, just put it in your nose. Even better. Joseph here flopping top pair on the short stack versus Finaro with the aces.
Yeah, with his stack depth, it could get him in a little bit of trouble here.
when I'm filming, so I don't like other people. For that, it's negative enough. That's 700. Yeah, come last 3 years.
Bernard continuing on the turn here.
Joseph continuing to breathe into the microphone.
He's going to call once again.
700K. Each into the pot. 10 of diamonds on the river. Funaro gets the check mark here with his aces. Joseph has less than a pot size bet behind. Can we spot any tells from the breathing patterns of Michael Joseph? Funaro moves all in. That's enough to put Joseph at risk. Very tough decision here for his tournament life.
Fairly confident that he is a USC alum.
Final 9 players guaranteed $121,000. Next pay gem is up to 155.
I think he just tossed in his final 2 time extensions, so probably about a minute to think here. We'll see if he can find the fold.
I mean, what could Funaro be shoving with that he beats here, Donnie? Complete air? Nothing for value that I can sort of quickly come up with.
I mean, the 10 is a tricky card because a hand like Jack 10, even if it's Jack 10 of clubs that's barreling off, probably just takes the showdown value on the river.
Oh, wow. Joseph makes the call, and he is wrong about this one. Wow. Michael Joseph eliminated in 9th place as Frank Funaro sends him to the rail. We are down to the final 8, ladies and gentlemen. The remaining players guaranteed $155,000. And I've just been told by our producers that we will continue live streaming here on YouTube until 5:30 Pacific time, 8:30 p.m. Eastern time, before the players move over to the main set. So you get 90 more minutes, roughly, of free streaming here on YouTube. Hope you guys are happy about that. If you are, please smash the like button. We'd love to hit over 2,000 likes on today's video. So 90 more minutes of coverage here on the YouTube feed.
I think just play and...
It's understood. All right. Next hand, guys. We got it out. We got it.
Big blind only?
Yeah, big blind only. Joe, how much do you have now? Okay. Like 1.5?
Under.
Very nice pot there for Funaro, up to 6.5 million. Funaro, if you were following along with the WPT event in December, made the final table, took 5th place for $1.3 million to date. That is his largest live tournament score. Does have a World Series of Poker gold bracelet already. Last fall, October 2022, he won an online gold bracelet event on WSOP.com, took down the 1K championship event for just over $94,000. So Funaro here eyeing his 2nd WSOP gold bracelet and a career best live tournament score. Darren Elias here picking up ace-8 off, and he's going to get involved.
I went for, I mean, I like my bluff. The guy made a sick call. You're going to see the hand. I mean, pretty sick. I mean,
Brian Rast admitting defeat there. The sick call that was made by O'Donnell.
I actually sort of have like my worst hand possible. I mean, the only thing is I didn't have a club. But on turn, I rolled bet, and then on that river card, like, I had to go. The guy made a good call, but it's like just over 3. So I'm kind of short.
Spencer here is going to defend with ace-7 of hearts. Jack 7-3, 2 hearts. Spencer absolutely smashing this. Middle pair and the nut flush draw.
I keep waiting. It's like, when is the...
He checks.
No, I didn't receive mine, but it hasn't happened yet. You know? What? I don't know. I just every one hand at a time, you know? You're only as good as the current hand you play.
Jack of Hearts, 7 of clubs.
Brian Rast talking to his people on the rail, exuding a lot of confidence despite the fact that he took a massive hit to his stack.
And giving a bit of praise to O'Donnell, saying that he made a great call.
Oh, nice.
Elias betting here with ace-8. Spencer
At this point, I have a
with the pair and the nut flush draw. Must be nice.
Very nice here for Spencer.
Oh, me too.
I've had 5 forever.
I haven't used them once today.
Spencer is going to make the call. 225K from each player going in the middle.
Too many on the first day or two, but I
Queen of diamonds on the turn. Spencer checks.
Maybe I'll use more than normal going forward, you know? What the hell?
I used 1 until today.
Jay said, never caught you live. Thank you. But never caught you live before. Thank you. So thanks again. Appreciate it, Jay. Much love.
It's kind of neither. Just depends on whether or not you rushed any decisions in spots where you should have used one, you know?
Eliza going to continue here, Donnie. Do you think the board can get scary enough to the point where Spencer can get away from this one on the river?
The river maybe. Here, still too much equity with that flush draw to go along with his pair.
I don't even feel like it. Usually for me, the river spot. Like, after I rolled bet on the turn there, like I have to bet the 10. I didn't even roll it. I didn't even roll the river.
He does make the call.
Yeah.
This pot's up over 2 million now, Remco.
Yeah, turns are tough.
Spencer has less than 1.5 million behind. King of diamonds on the river.
It's sort of like the perfect card for Elias, right?
Yeah, I mean, the turn was a good card, I think, for his range. The river, I think, as well. Another good card. We'll see if he decides to pull the trigger. Hand like 9-10 though got there, which is kind of a tricky one. A little bit disguised with the gutter that turns into an open-ended on the turn. Elias checks behind.
The 7 is going to win here, and Spencer picks up a crucial pot here. His first significant one of this final table, and Darren Elias dropping down a fair bit.
Dead button, guys.
Raise base.
Well, we hit 2K likes. Look at that.
Oh, I thought
it's
it
like
was
out of nowhere.
I thought it wasn't possible, but I guess
getting
extending
worse,
the stream for another 90 minutes is helping here.
I kept seeing, the worst bit is I keep seeing diamonds, and I like couldn't work out when he peeled the card if it was a diamond or a heart. So I got excited for like half a second, and then I realized it was a diamond.
That's where his read to give up was.
Well, I just literally couldn't see the flop. Like,
the king is the worst, I think.
It's a little rundown
I think
here
mine and Rast seats are like the worst, maybe.
Yeah,
like
sure.
it's like really hard
of the payouts. Final 8 right now, guaranteed $155,000. Next pay jump, $202,000. Tonight, the winner takes home $1.7 million. It's so bizarre. Like, these players all have played an amazing tournament. They've all made a very deep run. But then a few things don't go well. All of a sudden, you're on the rail. And 2 hours later, your opponent stands there with the bracelet and 1.7 million.
No good. I mean, in our hand, I thought I had a set, but then when I looked at it, I was like, no, I just have nothing.
Really?
No.
No, because then you're so straight
I'm
faced.
just playing.
Action here, folding to Spencer on the small blind, king 10 off. After winning that pot, he's going
like,
to
oh, fuck, I have the bluff now.
quickly count his chips, verify what he's working with going into this hand. He's only left to battle with
Adrenaline
Isaac
makes you say
Haxton
silly
in the big
things.
blind. Folds the king 10. Interesting. Probably some ICM considerations there, not wanting to tangle with the chip leader out of position.
I thought like the Stormex thing was there was a chip in it. I misread it.
Wow. That's tough. Did you do a big size or like a half stack? Do you do like a half stack raise?
Wills says, is it just me or does Hrabec look like Morgenstern from the 2013 main event? Remember that guy who made those massive punts? I do remember that guy. I was there when he did it, and then I believe it was 2 years later he did the same thing all over again.
Oh, yes.
Anton Morgenstern, chip leader with 3 tables left in the main event, finished 27. Hrabec gets involved for the first time in quite a while, raising it up with ace-king. Ace-king, of course, drawing hand. Got to be very careful not to get your chips in the middle, according to the YouTube chat earlier. Darren Elias, pocket eights. Now that's a real hand. That's a pair. Donnie, would you rather get ace-king every single hand or pocket eights every single hand?
Probably ace-king.
Yeah?
Yeah, why not?
You like being on a draw?
Yeah. It's the best drawing hand.
It is the best drawing. Tim Duckworth in the chat says that he saw Anton Morgenstern walk out of the Horseshoe a couple days ago, looked exactly the same. Eight's looking even better now on the 7-7-5 flop. ICM implications also something to keep in mind here, as Vieira has only 8 big blinds.
Elias checks behind after Hrabec checked. King on the turn puts Hrabec in front.
Wow. What a change of events here.
I would call versus myself. Call versus you. Call versus Jake. Pair calling, so the call versus me and Chris. Probably call versus you.
That's 350.
Yeah, we got a while.
325 from Hrabec. Action on Elias. People in the chat preferring pocket eights over ace-king, so it seems.
Then I know I'm on the right side.
Elias makes the call to go to the river. Good amount of time here. Elias's hand is going to be good, but this is not that moment. 6 on the river completes the board.
Seconds. That is 750.
Hrabec comes with 750,000, 750,000. Elias takes a look at how many time extensions he has left.
How much credit do you have to give Hrabec for a king here, Donnie?
I think you certainly have to give him some credit. I think you probably have to give him some credit for some flushes here as well.
Oh, that was a real small roll. it's like a real shove. Here's like a 10 big.
Kevin asking, is Elias the best poker player without a bracelet? Has to be up there. Makes the call. He's going to see the bad news here. Ace-king shown. Wow. Punch in the gut for Darren Elias. This is really going to sting. All of a sudden, he goes from being very comfortable to now having to worry about the next man being out to get at least a few more pay jumps. Elias down to 22 big blinds, tied with Spencer Lewis. Brian Rass sitting on 19 bigs, and then Joao Vieira on 8 big blinds. Real separation now between 4 and 5. Frank Finaro in 4th place with 40 bigs. And then we have Hrabec with 48, O'Donnell with 54, and Haxton, our comfortable chip leader, with 73 big blinds as it stands. Playing 80K 160.
He was just asked if Darren Elias is best player without a bracelet. One of the table mates here might have something to say about that. Isaac Haxton.
Yeah.
Also searching for his first WSOP gold bracelet.
Very good point.
Seconds. Cold.
What are you at? About 8 now. Just under 6, 7, 7.5.
If you're just joining us, please consider, hitting that like button. It's all we ask for on a stream like today's. Much love as well to everyone watching this elsewhere. This is one of our bonus coverage streams. We were not supposed to be streaming today, but we did not want to miss this action leading into the grand finale of this 25K, which is going to be live later on PokerGO. The reason for that switch is they're also going to be making an episode or two from that final table. O'Donnell raising it up, king-queen offsuit, making it 450 from the small blind. Looks like an easy steal here versus the 9-4 off from Probets.
Looks like just about 4,500 entries in today's Gladiator flight.
Wow. Is Phil Ivey in there?
I think that's good for everyone as well.
So yesterday they had just under 4,000. Today looks like they're right around 4,500. So
I wanted to drink water, but
that's insane.
That's crazy. And you said they have 2 more?
Yeah,
starting?
2 more flights.
So they're going to hit 20,000 probably?
Yeah, 20,000 easy.
Wow, that's so insane. That is so insane. Speaking of exciting final tables, as we are watching one right now, last year, of course, we had the iconic roast beef sandwich moment with Phil Hellmuth. Which player would you like to see make a big final table this summer? Which favorite of yours would you like to see in action? Hellmuth, of course, always has his moment at the WSOP. Haven't seen it yet, but still a long summer ahead. I know Negreanu has been running very sort of cold in Las Vegas, but he's going to win the Gladiator is what we're all going to assume here.
That would just be so insane.
Right. Which star are you staying home for or staying up late for to watch at a final table this summer? Let us know in the chat. I'm curious to see what you guys think. Actually, on Haxton, who's been quiet for a bit here, he's won 4 hands so far at this final table. O'Donnell, by the way, still can't believe the moves he's made. Started his play at this table with a little over 1 million chips, now sitting on 9 million. Firmly in 2nd place. All right, let's have a look at the chat here. Let's see what the chat is requesting. Ryan DePaulo, Kevin Hart, Daniel Negreanu, Phil Ivey, Foxen.
I'd rather not have this red. We're running out of room.
John Reisner.
I'd rather just condense.
Haven't seen him at a final table in a bit. Lots of calls for Ivy, Rampage, and of course D-Nigs.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, they'll
yeah.
call it out. Call it out.
Yeah, we can.
No, I was joking. Like I'll take if you don't want the red one. Not on. I swap for now. Like
You have
I'm-
space.
I do have space. I'm
I
creating.
thought you were being a
space.
nice guy.
Say again.
I thought you were being a nice guy.
Nothing but nice.
Vieira there, you saw him quickly look at the 6 deuce off before throwing it in. Sitting on 8 big blinds, but hasn't had any hands to be able to work with. Play now folds over to O'Donnell. He gives it up. Pravik on the button. King 6 all.
For paid YouTube subscribers,
Rust will be the guy. Or you.
if you paid the $14.99 a month through YouTube itself, you can go to the live tab on our YouTube
give
page.
them
The stream should show up there
chip race pitch.
once it gets underway.
Pocket aces in the small blind for Naro.
That's the third pair of aces we've seen.
Oh, yes.
We all agree. Like a 2
Pravik
minute.
quickly gives it up. Naro's going to take this one,
No,
chip up a
5.
little more.
Yes, just 5 minutes.
Just because we played the.
Right now we are running a free social media giveaway.
Okay.
No purchase necessary. All you have to do is head on over to pgt.com/gleam, or you can scan that QR code on your screen right now.
Who won the hand?
Complete some social media tasks. They're very simple. Things such as like a tweet on Twitter, follow us on Facebook, etc. You will earn raffle tickets. Later on this year, we will then be conducting a drawing to award a dream seat to come out and compete in the PGT Championship $1 million free roll in December.
That's actually an absurd promotion. Like,
for free.
Yeah, it's honestly absurd. Like,
you just click a couple buttons.
You could actually get a seat into a $1 million free roll, and you could be at the table with, you know, Negreanu and Helmuth and Ivy and all the other stars. It's quite a
because
unique
you like
experience.
the tweet.
Yeah, it's like so bizarre. Meanwhile, Vieira finally finds himself a spot, moves all in for his final 8 big blinds with ace-king offsuit. Sometimes being patient really pays off. Let's see if he can find a double up as Spencer looks down at ace-6 suited and is tempted to get involved here. Vieira moves all in under the gun. Perhaps a bit tricky for Spencer, given the amount of players still left to act behind him. Donnie, if you're Spencer Shoes here, sitting on 3.6 million, how do you want to approach this? It feels like calling might be the right play, but then if you get shoved on, you might have to fold. So do we just give up to avoid a potential headache?
I think it's also hard because you're still in pretty early position. There's still so much to happen behind you.
10 seconds.
I think given some of the folds we've seen from Spencer so far, we probably see him also fold this one. Seems very well aware of the ICM considerations here. That could have also been one of those kind of stalling tactics for, you know, blinds going up or something like that. I'm not exactly sure, but you know, you see that at times.
Yeah, I find it interesting that ace-6 of spades in this situation takes him 2 time banks to decide. Aren't these decisions in most cases pretty straightforward, Donnie? You know, sort of, you know your stack, you know your opponent's stack, you have an understanding of ICM and the strength of the hand here.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, the money is just so meaningful. The chips are so valuable, right?
5 minutes.
This is going to be an interesting spot here for Rast.
I'm good to go, right?
Probably also a fold, but something he's going to think about. He might also just be looking at the clock, trying to get that to run down. Matt Rains with the $5 donation straight to the coffee fund. Says, evening fellas, keep up the great work. We'll let you choose the next beverage, IPA or sour. Do they make sour coffee?
Sour coffee? That sounds horrible.
I don't know. The other players seem to have bounced from the table, so Ras is giving us some thought. All right, he's going to kick him in.
All right, Ras is going to fold. Looks as though the blinds are about to go up, so the players are going to go on a 10-minute break. Don't go anywhere, though. We're going to continue this live stream for another hour, so you get one more free level here on YouTube as this final table of the 25K High Roller continues. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. See you then.
Mas bem,
What's
tu
that?
que és hater, ele está bem. O gajo está bem.
2 million.
sure.
We're ready.
Darren, do you have any blue chips?
No.
You don't.
No bracelets, no blue chips.
Welcome back to the 2023 World Series of Poker. You having fun yet? We're watching the final table of the 25K No Limit Hold'em High Roller. $1.7 million up for grabs, and we have a star-studded event for you right here from the Horseshoe in Las Vegas. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. Let's have some fun. Let us know what you're working on at home. Maybe some snacks, maybe a cold one. Wow. How was that?
Further away.
Little sound play there. Don't worry, it's just a Coke Zero. What are you guys having at home? It's closing in on 5 p.m. on this Thursday night. Thursday's kind of like Friday. Friday's kind of like Saturday. Hope you guys are all having a good time, relaxing at home, watching the feed. Let us know where you're chiming in from. I wonder if the Aussies are with us today. Usually it's late at night when the Aussies show up and the people watching from Korea and Thailand. Right now I feel like, you know, lots of Americans, East Coast, West Coast, maybe some Europeans that are still awake. Either way, it's exciting to bring you this action. We're down to the final 8. This is our final level of the Horseshoe stream before these boys move on over to the main set. Frank Finaro moves all in for $2.8 million. Darren Elias on his direct left finds ace-queen, Donnie. This is a very interesting situation.
It is. Certainly a lot of money to consider at this point. I think Elias might have too good of a hand here. That's right, he does put it in. I think Funaro said, "I'm so bad" there. Is that what I heard him say?
Darren Elias with a great chance to double up. Frank Finaro has him covered by a decent margin. Lots of money on the line here for Darren Elias. If he finds a double up, he'll be right back in it, bringing the stacks that much closer at this final table. Queen 8 off. Not looking too good right now versus ace queen. Let's see the flop. Jack 4-7. Darren Elias lead increases in the hands. Finaro down to just 3 outs. Turn card. The 9 of clubs. The 10 now, or an 8, would give Finaro the winning hand. Elias looking to fade and double up. River card. It is the deuce of hearts. Darren Elias finds himself a double up.
How many guys do you support?
A few scattered sounds of applause in the background.
A few steps closer to that first WSOP gold bracelet is Darren Elias now.
Under 3.2. 3.4 including the base.
We do have some Aussies in the chat. Hong Kong is also waking up 7:40 a.m. Maddie's son is having a Brooklyn, New York, is in Brooklyn, New York, and having a white pie. White pie is my favorite pizza. Shout out to you. With the fresh roasted garlic, some ricotta cheese. Oh, sign me up. Brian says, "Go Knights, go!" Donnie, can you pull up the feed? Golden Knights are playing soon.
I could, but
we got to have the side action going.
We got a little bit of time here.
Dodge City says it's only 4:40. Should I wait to crack one? Depends what your responsibilities in life are, buddy. Whatever you do, do it responsibly. The only thing I don't do responsibly is my Coke Zero habit.
Elias ace queen again. Paxton coming in with a raise.
Bill H is having a high-protein chicken and egg salad with a Coke Zero. There you go.
Could we see a 3-bet jam here from Mr. Elias?
$4.2 million for the 4-time WPT champ, sitting on 21 big blinds now. All in, announced. Darren Elias, pedal to the metal. Might this be his level to chip up? Taking a page out of the book of Ryan O'Donnell as Lewis Spencer finds pocket tens in the big blind. Prime situation for Spencer to double up. Oh, he lays it down right away. Spencer tosses the tens, Donnie. I need your analysis on this. Pocket tens in the muck, especially with the speed at which he tossed them. I'm not good enough to fold there.
I was going to say before he folded, I wouldn't be surprised to see Spencer fold, given some of the folds that he's done so far.
Tim Warren says, drinking Microburst Tropical IPA from Bandit Peak Brewing in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Whew, that's a mouthful. No free ads, but that sounds fantastic. Raphael says, Laredo, Texas, going to Vegas tomorrow. Safe travels, Raphael. Let us know in future chats how your Vegas trip went. Hopefully you can make some final tables. Phil Laird says, San Diego planting pepper seeds. Why not? What are you growing, man? I got some habanero going at home. Last time I rubbed my eye, that was very bad. Don't touch your eyes after working with habaneros. Do not recommend.
It was 9-2. Yeah, it was 9 and just.
I wonder how Spencer's play could affect him later on once these players start becoming aware of some of the big folds that he's making, which I think it's only correct to assume that he's doing so with ICM considerations, but if these other players know that and are aware of that, and you know they get some strategy or some insight from the delayed stream, are they going to apply him or apply more pressure on him kind of the later that this thing goes? Because it does seem like at this point he's really mostly concerned about moneying up as best he can.
Can't blame him for that.
Those tens there are one of the really tricky hands to play in that spot. Oftentimes you'll have that happen in front of you at such a big, important spot in a tournament. Lots of money on the line, and you kind of just feel like it's a giant guessing game. Are you ahead? Are you behind? If you are ahead, you're likely not ahead by a lot because you're likely flipping, so...
Aaron is asking if we can give a shout out to Mike Oxmall. There it is. Hope you're watching, Mike. Appreciate you tuning in. Paolo says, Remco, can you shout out my wife Nancy? We're going to our first WSOP in 2 weeks, and she is going to play in the women's event.
Okay.
Love it. Nancy, best of luck at the tables. Please report back on your experience. Let us know how it went. And remember, you're out there to have fun. Ismail says, rainstorm out of nowhere in Houston. Bundled up and streaming to 25. Let's go. Beautiful. Appreciate you for tuning in.
I like a good rainstorm.
Yeah.
Every now and then.
Especially monsoon season in Vegas. I love it.
Rain the other day. Yesterday?
Yeah.
Before? I can't remember.
I was riding my bike outside. Got rained
Wow.
on.
Brian Rast here comes in with a raise to 400,000 with ace 10 off. Robic here picking up ace king in the big blind. Rast began this hand with 13 big blinds, so not the deepest.
All in.
There's the shove from Hrobic.
Rast is
doesn't look happy.
He's in the corner where the punches are being thrown. Nothing is working for him ever since he got hold of that chip lead.
Second.
Rast decides to lay it down, shows some discipline. Now down to 2.3 million, and all of a sudden, severely short stacked. Only João Vieira is shorter than Rast, who now has 11 big blinds. Gary Andrews says, watch from my RV in White Sulphur Springs, Montana. Also raining. I'm glad your connection is not interrupted by the weather, Gary. Thanks for watching. Nick Welsh says he's watching with his buddy Chris in Toronto. Much love to the 6. Spent quite a bit of time there. Big fan of the city.
Thank you.
Spencer here, ace jack off. He is on 15 big blinds.
Raise 400.
Does come in with a raise to 400. King jack of diamonds for O'Donnell. O'Donnell makes the call. O'Donnell on the button here, so he will have position on Spencer going to the flop.
Ten Jack 3 rainbow on the flop, making me think of the beautiful game of Badugi.
This could be a fun one. Both players with top pair. Good kickers, but Spencer has O'Donnell pipped.
Donnie, for the fact that there's 2 Brits at this final table, I'm not getting the British rail vibes from the past. Where's Craig McCorkle? Where's Toby Lewis? Where are the boys?
Chris Moorman.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Moorman, number one. Number one.
Remember Praz Bonsi?
Praz Bonsi, yeah, wow. So many
James
legends.
Dempsey.
Matt Perrins.
Oh, yeah.
Spencer, meanwhile, continues betting. 550 from Spencer. Jake Cody. O'Donnell's going to come along here. Not really too much he can do. His hand looks really, really nice. The only problem is Spencer has him outkicked. Turn card, 5 of hearts. One step closer to this hand going to showdown in Spencer's favor. For the people in the chat from Toronto who are watching, I used to live on Queen and Ossington. Was there for a few years.
All in.
Wow, Spencer moves all in. Donnie, please walk us through O'Donnell's situation. And he makes the call right away. No time to analyze. O'Donnell in dire straits here as Lewis Spencer, who's been our short stack for many hours, is now on the brink of becoming a real contender. 3 outs for O'Donnell, who snapped it off here.
This is kind of the first real misstep that we've seen from O'Donnell. Everything else has been really going his way.
Let's see the river card. It is the 10 of hearts. Lewis Spencer with a massive double up, evening the field out just a bit more here, creating more separation as well between Isaac Haxton and the rest of the field. Donnie, give us some insight into what it means when the field sort of tightens up, because now we have the chips spread more evenly across the table. Sure, we have 2 short stacks with Rast and Vieira, but for the most part, the rest of the table are all very close together.
Yeah, it's the middle ground that probably has to be wary of what's going on around them the most. You know, you're going to have Isaac Haxton and Roman Pravec who can really put pressure on those middling stacks. I mean, the shorter stacks, you kind of know what they're going to do, right? The super short stacks are going to wait for a hand. They're going to try and get their money in and double up. It's the middling stacks that kind of just want to wait till a João Vieira or a Brian Rast get out of the way, hit the rail. They're allowed to money up a little bit. But those stacks between 20 to 30 big blinds, you know, you got Lewis Spencer is on the top of that. He's got 33 big blinds now. You know, Frank Funaro on the bottom half of that, 22 big blinds. So those are the ones that really don't want to tangle in too big of pots unless they absolutely have it. And they especially don't want to tangle with someone like a Haxton or Huarbeck, who are going to have them covered, be able to apply a lot of pressure, and ultimately bust them if it comes down to it. O'Donnell here opens it up with 2 sevens.
I think it is a thing, but I don't think when I block a jack it's a thing. I might be wrong. Sorry? Oh, sorry. I think normally you would, but my range is so tight. I don't think I need to be on.
Jack 10-5 here on the flop. Heads up here between O'Donnell and Elias. Elias defending in the big blind with Queen 5 suited. O'Donnell looking to regain some of those chips he just lost.
Huh? Yeah. I thought it was dead. Kind of. I considered it with my hands.
Elias flopping a pair, has 2 backdoor draws to look forward to. 9 of spades would be a fun card. It is the 4 of diamonds, however, and all of a sudden Elias's chances shrink of winning this hand. Both players check. Free card there for Elias. Deuce of clubs on the river. O'Donnell gets the check mark. Check, check again. O'Donnell is going to show down on 7s and win this pot. For those asking about the remaining players, it's the guys you're looking at, the final 8 right now on your screen. We lost Kristen Foxon earlier in the day. She busted just short of the final table. We're going to finish out this level of play before the players go on a dinner break, and then the action will resume on PokerGo.com, I believe, at 6:30 Pacific time, 9:30 Eastern, and they will then carry you all the way down to a winner. David Tuckman and Brent Hanks on the call on PokerGo.com. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. Oh, Jonathan Little in the mix. He says, let's go, Ryan. Jonathan, give us some insight on Ryan O'Donnell's play.
Well, he's wearing a PokerCoaching.com patch.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure Jonathan can give us some insight. Big fan of the Liam Gallagher look for Ryan O'Donnell. Action on Elias, looking to potentially attack the big blind of Brian Rast. Moves all in with Queen Deuce offsuit, puts pressure on Rast, who has Queen 8. It's one of those cases where you can shove with it, but you can't call with it. Rast lays it down and is down to 1.9 million. João Vieira over there in the corner of your screen hasn't said a word, hasn't done anything, is just waiting for a spot to get his chips in. Now down to just 6 big blinds.
Other than that hand right before break when he moved all in from under the gun with ace-king, have not heard anything from Vieira at this final table. He's just really trying to pick something up and get his money in and hopefully double up.
Poker's pretty simple when you don't really get anything to play with.
It's also very frustrating when you don't get anything to play.
Yeah, it's true. But yeah, the game does become very simple.
Pocket 7s for Funaro. He moves all in. Putting maximum pressure here on those stacks behind him. Elias with about just as many chips as Funaro, and then Rast and Vieira are short. Vieira still just finding nothing. 8-6 off, just can't get anything.
You had fucking 7.5 big blinds. You had like 9, 8 big blinds. What the fuck to do?
I just folded queen.
Donnie, I think I'm going to have a cocktail tonight.
Wow.
You know what I'm craving?
Tequila.
You got it.
Really?
Jalapeno margarita.
There you go.
I peeled the 8.
There you go.
Maybe I'll have some mezcal. Like a mezcal rita.
Sounds really good.
Nice and smoky. Like a pineapple mezcal rita. Give me some cocktail advice in the chat. Gotta mix it up here. Let's have some fun with it. It's Thursday night. It's not a bad night to be in Las Vegas. Kent says shrimp cocktail. It's one of my favorite cocktails.
Love me some shrimp cocktail. King, queen suited for Funaro. So this is one of those spots where things could get tricky for Funaro, just given his stack size. If he plays this hand, could be up against one of the much larger stacks in Harabek. Frank's gonna go for it. Look at that.
Funaro just putting his pedal to the metal, and Rast finds pocket 9s on the button after a raise and a shove. Are you still confident there with pocket nines, Donnie?
This is a tough spot. I might say that if anyone is going to not shy away from ICM at this table, it would probably be Brian Rast. And probably more specifically, Brian Rast on a short stack, who knows that in order to get in the mix and win another bracelet and really put himself in contention, he's going to need to double up. And the 9 big blinds that he's working with right now just isn't going to do it.
Is Brian Rast assuming that Hrabeck's raise might be dead money, making the price for him better because he's likely to be all in and heads up? Or is he more worried about the fact that Vieira only has 4 big blinds and there's a pay jump looming?
Probably some sort of combination of both. I mean, I think he's probably aware that Hrabeck could be opening up a little bit looser than a lot of others at the table, given how he's been playing so far and his stack size. He's going to give up those 9s there.
Wow.
And it does take a lot of hand for Funaro to shove here. I mean, he probably has the bottom of his range, king, queen suited. You don't want to, just explode when, as you mentioned, João Vieira is sitting there with no chips and can, barely survive another orbit at play.
Tough situation for Brian Rast, who has to let it go. Hard to hear what Rast said there, but he's clearly not happy with having to fold pocket 9s there. Tangerine Martini is being suggested in the chat. Kimchi Degens, double Jameson on the rocks. That's a simple one. I can remember that recipe. O'Donnell, ace-king suited. It's going to attack under the gun. We're still 8-handed here at this final table. Everyone eyeing João Vieira's stack. Ace-6 offsuit. Once again, let's go. All right. A slow round of folds gives the pot to O'Donnell. Fewer than 4 big blinds for João Vieira. Not much left for him to do. If you enjoy the content, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. We only need 20 more to reach our next level. I just like to look at that number go up.
Chipping away at the goal.
Exactly. 500,000 subscribers is the goal by the end of the main event. I'm feeling good about it. Also, 2,500 likes is within reach. It's been a great stream so far today. We've been live for quite a while now, over 4 hours. Got about 30 minutes left here on the stream before the players will move on to a dinner break, followed by them playing on the PokerGO main stage for the rest of the night until there's a winner. If you are not yet a subscriber to PokerGO, please do so by choosing the annual subscription. Use promo code DREAM30. That way your subscription comes down to about $5.80 per month. That's not a whole lot for all the content that you get.
It's basically a coffee.
Exactly. New seasons of High Stakes Poker. You get all the old legacy stuff from all those favorite shows from the past. And of course, you get all these main event live streams, our high-end and high buy-in bracelet events. And you're entered into a raffle to win a seat into our PGT Championship at the end of the year. We're sending an annual subscriber to Las Vegas to play in that event. It's just a casual $1 million free roll. No big deal.
These 8 players here that we're watching guaranteed $155,000. 2 millionaires will be crowned in this event. First place just shy of 1.7 million. Second place, 1,049,000. Chris Harris, the final table is coming up a little bit later today. Probably about what, 2.5 hours from now? Gonna play about another half hour. Then the players are gonna go on their dinner break, and then they'll be back to finish it out over on PokerGo.com, the PokerGo app. It's gonna be David Tuckman, Brent Hanks on the call. Jeff Platt's gonna be working the sidelines. He's all dressed up in his suit out there, looking good, ready to go.
Jeff Platt becomes a different person as soon as he puts his suit on. Stands up straight. All of a sudden, he uses big words.
We'll bet there from Haxton gets the job done. On to the next hand we go. Javier is sitting over there, 775K.
I think he's trying to. Like
4 big blinds.
Trying to go unnoticed, and then he has no chips for like an hour, and he's still sitting there. No one really seems to notice.
We've seen that plenty of times before. You see, look at the rail. Chris Brewer,
Pads,
Patrick Leonard,
Espen
Jorstad, Jake Schwartz there.
Definitely some heavy hitters on the rail there. Sixes for Elias. I'm going to assume he's going to raise this.
King 5 suited for Vieira in the muck.
For those asking in the chat, the code to save on the subscription is DREAM30. DREAM30 for the annual subscription. Gets you a $30 discount. The battle of the small pairs here. O'Donnell in the small blinds. We're going to go heads up to the flop after Krabek folds 10-6. One of those sixes would have been great for Elias. Three deuce deuce on the flop. Overpair for both players. Nick Sandlin sends a message on Facebook, says, I'm watching from my RV in, not IV, RV. From my RV in Ohio. I love poker, I love online vlogs, and I love people like Brad Owen and Rampage. I want to be able to play like these guys and hopefully make a final table one day. Nick, best of luck, buddy.
Yeah, let's go.
Stay focused on the grind.
Turn that RV southwest and drive out to Vegas.
Exactly.
Get in one of these tournaments. Let's go.
What are you waiting for?
How often you see sixes and fours flopping overpair?
Yeah, it's actually
on
really
the same
rare.
hand.
Yeah, this is one of the 2 combinations on which that's possible. 550 is a continuation bet from Elias. O'Donnell probably thinking ahead of future streets. He does have a backdoor straight draw. Would have much preferred to have the 4 of hearts here, but hey, beggars can be choosers.
O'Donnell does make the call. Seven of diamonds on the turn. Probably not a card that should worry Elias too much. That said, I'm not sure how much he wants to commit to this pot, just knowing all the ICM considerations. check, check on the turn, going to a river, queen of hearts.
I mean, there's a casual 2.3 million in the middle here between O'Donnell and Elias. The action goes check, check, and Elias will be extremely pleased to just rake in a 2 million chip pot here. There's more in the middle here than Rast and Vieira have in front of them. Like, this is a really significant hand for Elias to win here, and he is just like carefully chipping up, putting himself in a great spot to potentially win his first bracelet later tonight. Elias now up to third in chips, as O'Donnell is slowly slipping ever since winning that massive pot earlier on.
Elias gives up the ace-9 of clubs from first position. Vieira still finds just a whole bunch of nothing, just can't get involved. Just get to the point where, you know, like a couple more hands, he's going to be in the big blind. Pretty much committed to get it all in.
Every single hand that goes to the flop, Vieira's thinking to himself, how about you guys just get like set over set? You know, give me that pay jump. Probets moves all in from the small blind. Finaro with ace deuce. Quick fold there, but probably closer than what he made it look like.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to need to wake up with a premium there, given his stack size. Finauro's not going to go too crazy. He's going to need a really good hand.
Last 5.6.
Is it break level?
Yeah. Yeah, break up.
We had the one small one.
Let's deal one more hand. One more hand in the Badoo.
Do you guys think that Joao Vieira can finish in any other spot but 8th? What do you guys think in the chat? Eight-7 suited for O'Donnell, goes into the muck. Now, of course, the ICM implications grow with each passing hand as everyone is eyeing Vieira's stack. But here we go. Finaro finds kings. Gonna inquire about Elias' stack. These two stacks are very similar.
Going to be interesting to see how Finaro approaches this. He is going to limp. Elias checks his 9-3. 8-7-5, 2 spades on the flop. Finaro's kings still best. Elias does pick up a straight draw. Finaro checks. Elias bets 200,000.
Yeah, I know, now I do.
Finaro's going to make the call.
Yeah, I think Bluff River as well.
3 of clubs on the turn. That gives Elias a pair. But he's still second best to Funaro. King's holding up here. Million even in the middle.
It's getting used to the new stack, isn't it?
Check, check to a river. Ace of diamonds. Not exactly the card Frank Funaro wants to see there.
No more.
Said I'm not sure it's the card Elias wants to see either. So.
Yeah, no, 5.5, because that blue's not full. It's a 5.5, it's 5, 6.
Funaro leads. 350 into a million. About a third pot. A little bit of a block. Can also maybe get some value out of this as well. Elias gives it up. And the Kings work out for Funaro.
It's probably close anyway. Because I think it does quite a bit of platinum. But maybe not in this case.
I'll take a black coffee.
All right, so Vieira is under the gun here with just under 4 big blinds. Rast is in the big blind.
This is such a fun
Rast
dynamic.
had about 9 big blinds to start this hand.
It's a fun dynamic because they're sitting side by side.
Yep.
It makes it even funnier to watch. Everyone, of course, eyeing those chips.
He has no bluff. I don't know if he's got a queen jack or king jack himself.
Vieira, 5 deuce suited. He's like, can I just get a shot of tequila with like some salt
He
and
actually
lemon?
just ordered a black coffee.
Black coffee, wow.
So he's confident he's going to be here for a little while.
He's like, guys, the half-life of caffeine is 5 hours.
Listen, fake it till you make it, right?
True, very true.
So because Vieira folded under the gun there, we could see a lot of pressure here from Elias against Brian Rast. Oh, it gives him a walk. Look at that. What's he got? 9-8, okay. Whatever, he'll take the walk. Vieira certainly doesn't want to see him get a walk there. He wants him to lose the chips. Vieira 775K to start this hand. 400K of it is committed. 200K for the big blind ante, 200K for the big blind. So more than half his stack is committed to this pot, guaranteed.
All right, place your bets. Is João Vieira going to double up on this hand or bust out?
Or C, nothing. Just
Or
maybe he folds.
He could still fold. Oh, yeah, 3 options. Bust, double, or fold. Those are the 3 options. Let us know in the chat. I feel like the small stack sizes of Rast and Vieira are really dictating the pace of play right now.
Well, this is going to be an interesting spot because it folds to Rast, the other very short stack.
This might as well be aces. Brian Rast, king 10 offsuit. That's going to go into the middle.
Yeah, there it is. Too good of a hand not to put Vieira all in.
Wow. Also a decent hand for Vieira. This is one of the best things he's seen in the last hour or so. Queen deuce suited, as crazy as it sounds.
Can't really ask for much more. 2 live cards. His suit is live as well.
575.
He's got a coffee on the way, so he better double up. All right, all in here for João Vieira. He's been our short stack for the last 2 hours. Can he make a comeback? Here comes the flop. Oh, queen in the window. Ace and a 3 right behind it. Rast with the nut flush draw and the gut shot straight draw. 15 outs twice.
Also hit a king. This is crazy.
This is like a coin flip on the flop. Turn card. Broadway for Brian Rast, and that'll do it for João Vieira. Great run for the Portuguese pro, but ultimately could not find anything in the last 2 hours. This brings us down to the final 7 players.
And a good little boost for Raster. Of course, not the most chips coming his way, but he does move up a little bit from the 9 big blinds that he was working. He'll take it. Players now guaranteed $202,000.
We're going to continue here on our YouTube stream until they reach the break, which is in roughly 15 minutes. So 15 more minutes to play here on the stream before the players go on break. And then they will move to the main feature table set where they'll play out this final table on PokerGo.com. That'll be with commentary from David Tuckman and Brent Hanks. Good game, Mr. Vieira. Well played. All eyes now on Brian Rast, just 13 big blinds.
We'll see if play loosens up a little bit over these next few minutes now that the severe short stack of Vieira is out of the way.
2.7.
These players have all locked up at least $200,000, so this current pay jump that they're on from 7 to 6 is worth $68,000.
I like when the people stack it so clearly so you can read
2.7.
Easily read it, but then you're like, oh, how much was it?
Not too long ago, Lewis Spencer was
If I
basically
double
tied
up,
with João Vieira,
I'll stack
and
it.
he's gotten a few hands. He's had a few things work out for him. He is
Big double up
yeah,
for O'Donnell.
he's in the thick of things.
I'm still short 2.7. Let me have my fun. Yeah, it's...
Perfectly count.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are 100 in the back, yeah.
Yes, the room is buzzing. Real section at this final.
Raise to 400.
Jack suited offense. Flashing here. Bets is just going to make the call. Elias with the ace-10 of spades.
Dude, I made like the biggest fold.
Broadway cards out there.
Raised,
Let's see something exciting.
and I had 2 nines.
Queen 4-3. Not exactly what we were hoping for. 10's still in the lead, but potentially a little worried about that queen out there.
I also didn't fucking call the big blind. We had ace king under the gun. And I had king 10. I'm getting like 3-2 on my fucking money in the big blind. That's my fucking top.
Rast letting out some frustration there on the rail.
Oh man, that's funny to listen to.
10 seconds.
O'Donnell checks. Action on Harabek. He's going to take a stab here. 400,000. Elias gets out of the way.
O'Donnell has 2 backdoor draws. Might see him call here.
Ace king.
Oh, that's a lot more than just a call.
Right decision. Let's fucking go.
1 million is the check raise from O'Donnell. Donnie, how do you like this play?
Sorry, so did this go check raise on?
I like it a lot. He can rep some really strong hands here.
Yeah, I saw the pre-flop. Okay.
I think you could play aces like this. I think you can play a set of queens like this.
Yeah. I know. This is a nice prize pool for a 25K. Yeah, no, I mean that's what always happens. It's almost always gets pretty tough.
This is not an easy decision for Hrabek.
But it's fun. Yeah.
Video game development series. Welcome to our YouTube club. Much appreciated.
He can't just open everything. He's probably getting but I know that he's probably getting shit.
Paul France is asking, what's for dinner? I am having tacos.
2 million.
Wow, 2 million? Hrabek is just fighting back right away, and O'Donnell folds instantly. Love to see it, Donnie. Can't hate on this.
I mean, yeah, sure. You can block her hand for like,
That's good.
Sure.
I'll find out soon.
We will find out. Let's see.
At King Jack of Spades.
Well, I don't want to spoil it right now, but
Frank.
I mean, you're
because he's not a field player.
Doesn't even matter anyway.
He's not a field player.
yeah, it was.
So I promise you.
You get your 2 and 2 here.
He wasn't stabbing. Okay. He wasn't stabbing.
Hrabek up to nearly 10 million now. Excellent play, sniffing out that O'Donnell check raise bluff on the last hand.
Darren, do you have 2 stacks of vanilla or 1?
Just one.
It's been a bit of a slide recently for O'Donnell. He's down to 20 big blinds in terms of his place on the leaderboard. 6 out of 7.
He took about 5 million chips from Brian Rast and then decided to give them to all these different players in
I
small
don't know if he
little chunks.
decided to give them. He's just handing them out like candy.
Yeah, like candy. But if you can make that comeback once, you can probably make it again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, this one. It's just no. It's just,
Axton here, about to attack O'Donnell's big blind with Queen Jack offsuit. Haxton, by the way, Donnie, he's won the blinds a few times, but he's been almost on the exact same chip count for the last 2 hours.
Yeah, he hasn't really had to do much. He's just kind of been chilling.
Ace King 7 on this flop after Haxton decides to limp. A king for O'Donnell gives him the lead here.
That's 200.
Haxton bets 200 on the flop.
O'Donnell comes along.
6 of diamonds on the turn. O'Donnell's king, of course, still best here. But Haxton picks up a flush draw. Donnie, the fact that Haxton's picked up some more equity makes him more likely to continue here, right?
Yeah, Haxton can continue to barrel here. The bet here also helps him control the sizing a little bit.
O'Donnell here hoping to get to showdown, knowing his king is going to be good quite a few of the times. However, disaster on the river for him as Haxton backs into a flush. O'Donnell also backs into the flush, but it is a lesser flush. If you're Haxton right here, Donnie, do you just size up?
Yeah, I think so.
10 seconds. That's 400,000.
Let me go smaller. Look at that. Quick call. Wow.
Wow. O'Donnell not wasting any time. Haxton, bet, get there.
I feel like when O'Donnell acts very quickly, it's wrong. But when he takes his time and thinks things through, he ultimately gets it right. Maybe I'm wrong in my recollection there of what we've been seeing, but that's kind of what pops into my mind. That was a snap call. I wonder if his super fast call is letting Haxton think, oh, I should have bet 800, 900. You know, maybe I still get him to call there.
Right. Rast and O'Donnell now basically tied for the shortest stack. Rast lays this one down.
Yeah, O'Donnell came into the day, got to around, what, $1 million, ran it up to 9 million. Now he's back down just below 3 million. Spencer here, ace-9 of clubs. He's going to open it up from the cutoff. Min raised to 400. A pretty looking Jack-10 of spades for Isaac Haxton. Isaac needs to bring back the long hair. Remember the long hair? PCA blowing in the wind back in the day?
When they had to use a glass, whatever that was called.
Like a little block or something to put the cards under on the
yeah,
flop.
The cards are blowing
all over the place.
Blowing off the table.
Haxton comes in with a 3-bet here, applying pressure.
Back when card protectors were really needed.
Oh, yes.
Need this break. King Jack is able to check maybe.
KG Beard says, just popped over from PokerGo to throw a YouTube sub. Great work, guys. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Action will continue tonight until there's a winner crowned on PokerGo.com. We are about to call it a night here. When the players go on their break, we will also head for dinner and hand off to David Tuckman and Brent Hanks, who are waiting in the wings to get started on this final table. Haxton, meanwhile, looking to get even richer at this final table, applying the pressure, knowing full well that Spencer is in a tough position with O'Donnell and Rast both being very short. I mean, this is a dream scenario for Isaac Haxton. Up to 14 million right now.
31% of the chips in play, 70 big blinds for Isaac Haxton in his quest for a first WSOP gold bracelet.
Hey, 50 more. Huh? 50 more. Oh, sorry. Yeah. About a day ago. No, I was first level. Huh? I was first level.
Believe this will be our final hand. It's been a pleasure, sir.
It has been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure, all of you tuning in from all over the world.
We might get a Rast double up here on the final hand of the night.
Pocket queens.
Brian Rast has been patiently waiting.
Seconds. Raise to 400.
Rast makes it 400K.
Yeah.
Let me take this off, or what do you want?
Haxton King 3 suited, Donnie. Is he even tempted?
I mean, I think you're always tempted when you're chip leader, but Rast raising off that stack, he's probably pretty strong.
Small blind fold, big blind fold, and Brian Rast will take this one down All right, the players are going on a dinner break and then reconvening on the main set. Action will then resume with commentary by David Tuckman and Brent Hanks exclusively on PokerGO. We brought you guys 4.5 hours of coverage here on the final day of this event. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you are coming back tomorrow, I'm sure we'll figure something out, have some more streaming for you. But for now, my name is Remco Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me. Please use promo code DREAM30 to save $30 on your annual subscription. That brings it down to about $5.80 per month. Great value, our best deal. Thanks for watching. YouTube stream is done. Head on over to PokerGO. Action there resumes at 6:30 p.m. Pacific time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. See you tomorrow.